on again, and we should be good to go. So we're gonna be getting back into the Survivorman challenge. So we have the Survivorman on stream. So the gist of the Survivorman challenge is the only mod I'm running is the universal autoloader, and that's just because mid to late game without that becomes a huge headache. Otherwise, it's just DLC from the game. But the Survivorman challenge is you start with $0, a chainsaw, a vehicle, which in our case we just got a 1984 truck, and then a place you can sleep, because otherwise you physically just have to wait for time to pass, and no one wants to do that. So we start with all those things, and the goal is to basically try and just build your farm up as much as possible. So it's kind of a slow start. That said, it's not actually been that slow. Yesterday in one stream, I do have 2 full fields plowed, and I was working on the 3rd. We have some greenhouses set up. So if we were to go and check this out, you can see I've got my 2 long fields I've plowed. You can see the outline for the field I started on. This had trees on it. You can see we cut down almost all those trees. We got a little group over there I could still cut down. But also pop in over here. I've got these greenhouses that have been our primary income so far. They've actually been pretty generous in making us like $20,000-$30,000 in-game day. But we've got our little tractor over here with the water tank. It's only 25 horsepower. It really struggles to do pretty much anything. And if we go down over here, I've got my really big tractor. And by big, it's still a small tractor. That's 100 horsepower. And where we left off yesterday, I was just trying to get this field set up. So I got the outline in place. But, you know, not actually doing anything. If you're wondering why I don't have anything planted in my fields right now, the reason for that simply boils down to it's December, it's winter, it's going to snow, and there's nothing I can see in the ground right now. So the immediate priorities I have in the game is to get the fields plowed, and then once the fields are plowed, we will be buying a seeder for when we hit spring, and we'll get our first plants in the ground. Technically, cotton is the first plant that'll become available, but the issue we have with that is cotton's harvester costs $500,000, which is way outside our budget, versus the other plants, the harvesters would be closer to about $100,000 if we go for most of like the typical stuff. Whereas if we grow like vegetables like carrots or parsnip, then it'll be a little bit less than that. So we're going to figure that out and go from there. So I'm going to go do a couple laps where I do all 4 sides, probably 3 laps that we do all 4 sides, counting the one that was done before this stream. And then I'll just do the long ends of this. And then this will be all 3 of our fields we have in this tile. Can I read your last comment? I will need to wait till we get to straightaway so I can scroll up on chat to see it, because it's unfortunately already got pushed off the top of the screen. That is the one thing I miss. Like, I like the prompter a lot, but generally speaking, when I had chat on my monitors instead of the prompter, I had it very tall, and it made it a lot easier for me to look back at past comments. Versus the prompter, I can only see about, depending on like how many lines it is, like 4, 5, 6 things. Is there a reason why you rest? Is there a reason why you are rest and? Is there a reason why you are rest your left hand on the right side of your chest? Oh no, it's not like an intentional thing. Like it's not like I have chest pains or something like that. I don't know. Like it's not a nervous tick. I don't really have an answer for it. But no, it's not like I get chest pain or, you know, I have breathing problems or anything like that. If that's what the concern is. No, this is not that kind of game, Smoker Silver. Smoker Silver asking, like, can you fall in this game? Like, is there death? No, there's, like, no damage, no death, so you could, like, roll a vehicle over your character and it'll just shove your character out of the way. It's just not that kind of game. So when it's, like, Survivor, like when you say the Survivorman challenge, it's not survival as in, you know, we have to eat or we die, you have to keep your temperatures up. It's not that style of game. The Survivorman is just, you start with nothing, so you're kind of like just trying to make it work in the wilderness. Because for those who didn't see the map, I should have probably mentioned this as well. If we look at this map, you'll notice other than my farmland here, and then you can't see it from there, there's a place to buy tractors over there because that mechanically is required for the game to work. There's nothing on the map. There's no houses or no civilization. There's no businesses to trade with kind of thing. It's just that one spot at the beginning, which again is because required for the game. You have to have a sell point or you can't make money at all. You know, no, I was wondering. No, I got you. I could definitely see where if you see someone like putting your hand on their chest, you'd be like, is that because you're uncomfortable like chest? Because, you know, big red flag warning signs kind of thing. But yeah, no, it's nothing like that. As you just had a rare occasion that my game such as Diablo 3 just got terminated, or is your Crusader build too fast for their taste? That is, it used to be a thing in Path of Exile. You could knock server nodes offline if your build is too much. You can still crash server nodes, but it takes a bit more effort than it used to. Like, it used to be a thing that you'd have to, like, go out of your way when you're doing, like, the 5-way timeless event. That if you had, like, a super juiced build, that you could make it that if anyone hit the alt key, which shows all loot in the ground, even the stuff hidden by your filter, you could crash the instance. Same with if you did a bunch of metamorphs like back to back to back, because you could pile so much loot into one area that if you hit alt, it would crash your instance immediately. Which there are extreme things of like doing like 50 metamorphs back to back during like Metamorph League for the challenge. So it's not normal gameplay you'd do. Because normally you'd probably kill like 5, 10 at the most and then move on, and it's perfectly fine with that. There was also some builds like that they got really bad. You mean in AC6 you had a mech so fast it crashed your game? Oh yeah, no, that definitely happens in games. Like that's a thing that's real, is like, oh, you know what? I should be turning around the other way. That's fine. We'll do that in this pass. I'll just U-turn it. Because then I can line up the where the engine is in the tractor. If I line it up to about where that exhaust pipe is, that's almost perfect for my lineup for the plow. So we can get all that going. But yeah, so games I'm going to be playing here on the channel in the immediate future is we're definitely going to play more of this challenge, because I'm liking this challenge, and people seem to really enjoy it the other day and all that. Because instead of just, I'm farming, what are you doing? I'm farming. Like, there's actually a challenge around it, a goal around it, whatever you want to say. There's a little bit... Oh, I messed it up. It's fine. I'll clean it up in a minute. Like, there's more to it. Which is the same thing with, like, RimWorld also. Like, if you just play, I'm playing RimWorld, well, like, what are you doing? I'm playing RimWorld. People tend not to stick around. Versus you're saying, like, oh, I'm doing an Arco Nexus run, or I'm doing Naked Brutality, or, you know, some type of extra thing. That's what tends to draw people in and get them to stick around. It was broken, you're so proud of it. Oh yeah, no, when you have those builds that break game engines, those can be a lot of fun. Where you start like watching the game go slideshow because you've just put so many projectiles in the air that the game never expected anyone to be able to do. That's not just your client breaking, it's the actual server side is unable to handle the calculations. Which, of course, then they nerf the crap out of it because they don't want you doing that to their servers. And the good news about this, where I have to take the time to plow these carefully, that's just the first time. Once I've done that, you can hire workers to just do the laps in the field to take care of what you need. They charge you money for it, and they're really dumb as a box of rocks. But it's a thing that you don't have to do. So I can get one of my tractors, be like, here's the plow, go do that field, and then go take another tractor and do another field in the meantime, or whatever else needs doing. We do plan on getting rid of the handful of trees right along here. If you notice, I put a gap between these fields. I'm going to be putting a road through there, and that road is then going to go in front of the greenhouses. At least that's the plan. But all that is lower priority than, I need to put one more layer here. All of that's lower priority than getting the planter and the harvester. Because until I have the planter and harvester, my money is just greenhouses. Which is fine, it actually makes pretty good money. But, you know, you want variety. You want to do like a little bit of production line with the greenhouses, you want to do some farming. We've already done quite a bit of trees early on in this run because that was necessary to get off the ground because, you know, you had to truck a chainsaw in a dream. Which I'll show you where we sleep. People find it amusing. We got our wonderful rusted out bus with our wood stove and our MREs. Again, hunger is not a mechanic in the game, it's all just aesthetic there. Functionally, all it is, it's a point that you can fast forward time. So that way, if, you know, I finish everything productive I can do in the day, I don't just, you know, walk away from the game for an hour AFKing, waiting for the next day to start. I can hit the button and go, I would like to see tomorrow, please. Well, too bad, they should have been smarter. So, for some games, I would agree with that, Strider. Which I'd actually agree with that with Armored Core as someone. I haven't played the latest one, so I don't really know. But in the past, because you would just have your left-hand weapon, your right-hand weapon, and then your left shoulder and your right shoulder. You know, maybe you have like an accessory weapon or whatever. Like, those are your damage output things. Actually, no, I think they had two back... Like, you could get two back parts per side with some of the, like, littler ones. But the point being is, they're fairly limited because you can only have one weapon per hand deployed and one weapon per backside, like back shoulder deployed at a given time. And I think you had like an accessory or whatever. So it's like really not many things you could put out there, and it's not like there's skill points or anything else that you could like do silly build shenanigans in Armored Core. So yeah, I'm a little less forgiving of that one. Versus like Path of Exile, they'll be like, alright, well we made these skill gems that completely fundamentally change the game that you could combine in so many exotic ways with so many different combinations of uniques that there's no way we could ever predict all the things you can do. So like, please be gentle on our servers. And that's honestly one of the big appeals of Path of Exile and doing the challenge leagues, is that you can mess with all that stuff before they have a chance to balance it. So you can find those builds that just fundamentally break things. And, you know, just be silly for a little while. Versus, like, standard is if you don't have as much time to play it or you don't want to give up your characters or whatever. But then you don't get to play with the truly broken things. This music feels like something you hear in Loop Hero. For those who've never seen Loop Hero, that's a real fun game. I don't know, did they ever give any major updates to Loop Hero? I know they did some minor ones, but I never circled back to that one. But Loop Hero was kind of a weird game. It was like reverse tower defense. So the gist of that game was you would build like you build like the things that would cause monsters to spawn. So you'd have a character who follows a path around the map that you can't change. So that's where the tower defense things. Except instead of trying to make towers to kill enemies, you would make towers that spawn enemies. And so it's kind of a juggling act of spawning as much junk on your character as you could without killing them. Because if you killed your character, then you'd lose. But you needed to spawn stuff up so your character could level up and get all, you know, bonuses on your map and yada yada yada. So it was a nice twist on like the tower defense setup. And like the music was a jam, the pixel art was fun. It was just like a really novel idea. So I really enjoyed it. I enjoy games that take a concept and they go, well, what if, and they do something wild with it. Yeah, tower attack game. I think there's been other games who have mirrored the style since then. Because that's always what happens. Anytime you get a game that gets released that's got some reasonable success, you're going to have a whole bunch of people who run with that idea. And that's not a bad thing either. because it's kind of like, you know, Stardew Valley came out. There's been no Stardew Valley 2, and while they have definitely expanded on the game, like I don't think Stardew Valley would have held up nearly as long as it has if it wasn't for the modding scene. So getting other games that are a similar format to Stardew Valley is a good thing, because when you're like, I've kind of finished everything I could do in this game, but I want more, there's a more option. So you get games like Coral Island and Sunhaven, which are similar games but have their own flavor and twist and differences on them. But you had armor plates that countermeasures. It had energy shield, god-awful amount of right-left-handed weapons, and so many different types of mech structure parts. Oh, they must have changed it, because I know for a while Armored Core was like you could have one left-handed weapon, one right-handed weapon, one left shoulder weapon, one right shoulder weapon, and then there was like a center back or countermeasure backpack thing. And then they would also potentially give you a melee weapon, depending on what arms and all that you had. No, that was AC4? Gotcha. Hey, yeah, no, we're talking about Armored Core as well. Yeah, we're playing some Farm Simulator 22, and then there was some conversation about Armored Core, which is a game you play giant mechs. Because we were talking about where some games you can just absolutely break game mechanics because, you know, they don't balance things. Cardigan Santa saying, well, others like to have a piece of cake. Looking at Battle Royale when it came out, there was one game and another came out and so on. Yeah, I mean, that does happen as well, is you'll have a game that comes out that finds success, and then you'll have dozens of games that come out of the same format, and you'll have like only a couple that actually really do interesting and inventive stuff with the style, and then a bunch of them that are very much people who usually not understanding like development go, well, I'm gonna make the same thing and I'll be rich too, except, you know, you exist in a universe where the first thing exists as well. That's very kind of the funny part about Kerbal Space Program 2 to me, is they're like, well, yeah, it's early access, and you're kind of have to sit there and go, right, I hear you devs, but you're creating an early access game for Kerbal Space Program that exists in a universe where there's the exact same game much farther along in development called Kerbal Space Program. Your own game outcompetes you. So you've got to do something to make this a more meaningful offering than your existing content, which to me it did not do. Which, like, it had better graphics and all that, but when you're playing that style of game, I feel like graphics is 5th or 6th billing of priority. Like, it's not nothing, but, you know, the simulation's far more interesting and important. And that's where a lot of the bugs were in Kerbal Space Program 2, was around, like, the simulation getting all janky and wonky when you speed up time, and a bunch of things not working the way you're supposed to. So it was like getting a prettier Kerbal Space Program with less functionality. Versus, like, if we compare that to, say, City Skylines versus City Skylines 2, I would argue, while there's certainly argument to be made that the content got reduced between City Skylines 1 and 2 when you count the DLC, when you look at the base game, City Skylines 2 has a lot of that stuff baked in and does a better job of it. So in a lot of ways, I would definitely say City Skylines 2 is progression there, but there's, you know, it's not all good news, if it makes sense. Alright. And this is our biggest of our 3 fills.
What's the worst that could happen?
Alright, I'll get that hydrate here in just a second. Let me line up the plow. One of the other nice things about this game is there's times where you just kind of want to chill and chat and, like, you know, the game's going, but you don't want to put a whole lot of effort into it. Like, especially when you're getting, like, the deeper conversation kind of things. And that's one of the places that, like, tycoon games and that kind of shine. Like, I can kind of do it where you see I have my hands off the keyboard because I've got the mower lined up. I got to stop and tweak it here and there. But there's gonna be times you're like, oh, I'm just seeding a field that I've already plowed and got all organized, so I can tell the AI to take it over. But so you know there's something to watch, I can still sit in the driver's seat while it's happening. You intentionally timed it till the first sippy was sipped. Yep, no, I figured. Well, it's one of those things you notice a lot as a content creator is when you stop to take a drink of something is when you'll have the most people redeem the sip kind of things, the hydrate. And it can partly be like that to deliberately make you do it more, but it could also just be, it reminds them that, you know, oh, right, that's a thing. It has a couple of reminders going on right now here on Twitch. On Twitch, there has been a discount that has started. So for if you're going to sub to the channel, renew a sub, or that kind of stuff, it's a 25% discount Twitch is doing right now. I, as the creator, get compensated the same as if you paid full price, but it's a 25% reduced price for you. So if you're someone who's going to be subbed to the channel anyways for like the next year or something like that, you know, you can pick up like your next 6 months on the cheap and just save yourself money. If that's within your means and that's what you want to do, of course. I don't intend on stopping streaming anytime soon. And then you also have, if you do any type of bits, that you give any bits, anytime you give bits over 300 bits till the end of the year, Twitch is going to add up to, I mean, actually, I don't know what it goes up to. They're going to add at least 10% more. So if you gave 300 bits, even though it cost you 300 bits, I will get at least 330 bits. And that comes straight out of Jeff Bezos' pocket. It's like you're just reaching in there, grabbing a fistful of change, and then passing it over to me. Obviously, that's not exactly how it works, but you get the idea. You get to do, basically, you get more mileage out of your support to me. Like, I get more from your support than I normally would, and that's through the end of the month. We also commissioned our new emotes. We've got our first batch of 6 coming in. It'll probably be like a week and a half, 2 weeks or so before we actually get to see the finished ones. Unfortunately, it just takes time to make emotes. But they are commissioned. I've got one response I have to give to the artist. They had a question about one of the emotes that they just wanted to clarify. It was like, do you mean this or this? And I just didn't get a chance to respond before stream. But I'll get that first batch in here. That'll be the first 6. I'm going to be commissioning, it's something like 22 or 24 emotes is what I've estimated by the time we're done, because Twitch gave me like 21 new emote slots, most of which were animated. So we're just getting all those set up, and that'll be a lot of fun. And that said, they are going to come a little at a time, which is the thing. Good thing it says is, you've already seen Twitch donating bits to a channel when someone donated some. Oh yeah, no, I've seen multiple people. It's been wild. There was one of the other content creators I keep tabs on, all that. Like, you know, I watch her stuff and I engage in her content. They had like a really good day that they had gotten like almost like $200 in bits, and on top of that, they got almost like an extra 40% or so, which is hecking ridiculous. Which, you know, from that is like, this is the most bits they've, like, this is their words, they're saying this is the most bits I've ever gotten. You know, it's been a thing. I discussed it on the Discord briefly, that for me, this has been a very slow sub month, which, no complaints, this isn't me begging for anything or anything like that. But part of me is wondering if it's because I'm doing this thing down here on the right, where instead of having it where, like, we're at 160 or whatever subs or whatever, and then, you know, set the milestone to 170 or whatever, and that kind of thing, like, even though there wasn't a reward related to that, because you're close-ish to it, people want to see you get over that line. That encourages people to sub to your channel when they're, like, on the fence. Or they just want to, you know, help. Versus we're doing this down here now, where if we hit the 160 at the end, we're doing extra things. So there's like a net more than you'd normally get in a month. But subs have been very slow this month. And I suspect part of that is because there's the discount thing that only started today and everyone was waiting for that to pop up. But I don't know. I definitely feel like I want to change the labeling. Like, I don't want to get rid of the thing, but I want to change that. Rather than going around a donut, why not zigzag as a snake from the same time? Eh. You can do things all sorts of different ways, but nah. This is more in line with those, like, how this typically works and all that. Yeah, I could, like, zigzag, but then you end up with, like, those little things where you have to do, like, the little corners one by one, so I don't actually think you'd save that much time. And then plus, I would be having to spend a lot more time with the zigzag turning. You know, assuming, like, a 45-degree angle. So I'm just choosing the long route, and we just hop on, do all that. And plus, it is more effort on my part to have to, like, do all those extra turns. For what isn't... Like, is it going to meaningfully change the time it takes and all that? At least I don't believe so. Hey, hi, how's it going, Hillets? Alright. Yeah, I know it is. That makes sense. You can't just U-turn at the end without going in a circle. Yeah, no, I mean a U-turn, you have to like turn around. Like the vehicle doesn't lift up and then reverse and then drop back down or something. But yeah, I know with the zigzag, every single time I hit the angle, I'd have to U-turn. That's kind of the biggest loss in time so far as... Like, the moment I pick this up, I'm not being productive, I'm repositioning to be productive again. So the more I have to pick up my tool and do turnaround, the more time I'm not spent working. But I've tried to do the thing where you just, like, do circles kind of thing. And one, when you have the AI takes over the mower, they don't know what the heck to do with it. So it makes the AI pretty useless, which is actually a pretty big negative. And then the other one is you end up getting with this weird thing where you end up like getting like this wavy pattern because you don't quite line it up again because you're trying to do it real fast, that kind of stuff. Like right now I'm also being extra careful because this is making a field, like plowing it to set it. Once I've made the field, I can be a lot more reckless because it won't destroy the terrain around the outside. But while I'm making the field, you know, I am literally being destructive to the grass. But in the future, if I take a seeder right off the side, it'll just not do anything. Versus if I just keep driving forward, it'll just carve a path. And you can see where I nicked the one spot I'm going to have to fix over there. And the way you fix it is, there's a paint tool at the shop where you can be like, I want this to be road, I want this to be gravel, whatever. And I'll just have to take that and just say, I want this to be grass. Just go up till it erases that little bit of an edge. Shouldn't be too hard to do. Yeah, so the next purchase is the seeder or the planter. I believe we need a seeder, if I remember correctly, which was 30,000. So we can already afford it. It's just I don't need it right now because it's out of season. We gotta wait. We gotta wait till I think February, which is 2 in-game days. But most likely when I get these fields prepped, I'll end up cutting down some trees the next day, run out of trees, and we'll just, you know, fast forward the next day. Because there won't be anything meaningful, productive I could do outside of, like, empty out the greenhouses, top off the water at the beginning of the day. And I'm not going to wait till the end of the day to be able to get, like, a little extra money, I don't think. Like, if I was dead set on making sure I maximize the amount of money per day, like, in-game day, I would want to not fast-forward time pretty much ever. But I don't really care about that. Any time in a game that the solution is, what are you doing? Standing here waiting. You kind of blink, go, maybe this is not the way I want to approach this. I did, unrelated to all that, see that Big Ambitions got what's supposed to be a major update. I don't know if it's yesterday or whatever, but I received the update today. Alright, so let's go toss this in the truck so it's not sitting in my field for me to run over later. But for those who don't remember what Big Ambitions is, that's the game where we're in Manhattan. And you kind of like, you know, you kind of start with like a little gift shop and you know, use that to make money, and then you can build like yourself like a little retail store like for other stuff. You can, make grocery stores, and you can make IT places. That just, it's like serial entrepreneur tycoon. So you're just kind of like taking over Manhattan one business at a time. We had a pretty good time with it, but as well as games that once you get towards like the middle to late game, it is wake up, take the money you've earned, and just say, I want that building to be this business. Please furnish it for me. Please put the staff it needs in it, and then go back to sleep. And you just repeat that process. Every day you have enough money to open up another business, which means you get more money per day, yada yada. That's I haven't gotten to the late game in it because I think so I've gotten to the point where I have a little bit of almost all the business types, like the regular businesses. And what you're supposed to do after that, so once you save up enough money, is you start flat out buying the buildings. And so even when you have a competitor in a building, they're still paying you because they have to pay you rent for the building. And then you can also rent apartments and all that kind of stuff out. But it is literally just taking over more and more and more of Manhattan. It's fun. It's definitely one of those games I'm curious how it'll be when it's like fully released versus early access. Because I do feel like it's one of those games that every additional type of business they add adds a bit more spice, a bit more variety to keep it fresh. Versus like when it first came out, there's only like 12 or so business types. It's really easy to like, okay, I built 2 or 3 of all the business types. I don't want to, like, especially back then, is you couldn't sit there and say, make this layout. You had to buy the furniture, deliver it yourself, put it down yourself, every new business. So the game cycle became wake up, order, like, go grab all the furniture in your vehicle, drive over to the business, spend like an hour or two, getting the business fully set up and hiring all your people and like manually doing that process. Once you got the business set up, it was done. You didn't have to babysit it. But doing that every single day, so it was furniture delivery and setup service simulator. But they've made it so once you get past the mid game, you can automate all that. You just say, yes, I would like that layout, okay, and then they charge you a premium for it in game, and then it just does it. And that's in-game currency. There's no premium currency or microtransaction garbage or anything in that game. It's you buy it and you're done kind of game. I wouldn't be surprised if eventually they go the DLC route or something like that. DLC for a new map or DLC for an expansion for an entire new set of businesses or stuff like that. Like maybe a DLC where you can take your yacht from Manhattan to some tropical paradise and, kind of repeat the game, but like it's an entire, set of businesses based around tourism or something instead of the ones in Manhattan. I can see a lot of potential for the game. The devs seem to be updating at a pretty decent rate. Not super fast, but a very reasonable rate. Once we get everything we need to set up these fields, like we'll have to get the handful of things we need to increase their yield, so like rollers and the stone pickup things and the fertilizer / lime putting down stuff and yada yada. But once we get all that knocked out, I think the next big purchase will be getting a second tile, a second section of that. And then once we get that set up, the next purchase I think after that will be just a really big, powerful tractor. Like saving up for a proper large tractor that's got, 300 something horsepower or whatever. Because then what we could do is we could start buying like the big 15 meter, 12 meter, whatever plow. Is it tractors all the way down? To a certain degree. Like technically, if we wanted to just not cheat it, but be impatient, we could just like fast forward the game taking, the 20 to 40,000 I can make per day from the greenhouses until we hit like $1 million, which I would not do because that's just fast-forwarding simulator the game, and it would get frustrating to watch. And just buy the biggest tractor and be done with it. I do feel like while maximizing how fast I could do stuff per day isn't something I'm concerned about, I also feel like being as ridiculous as possible about it is also not something I want to do, or completely ignoring it. You want something in the middle. Try and make sure days are at least relatively productive. I'm not gonna get the articulating mowers this time. We did that when you're messing with another one, is we got the mower that articulates in the middle. I do not like the way those drive. Even if they're the highest horsepower ones, I do not fan. So we get just like a straightforward mower, whatever the biggest is. You know, and then later on we'll get like specialty equipment, so instead of using all the attachments for the mower, you could get a piece of equipment that's like, what does this do? It seeds. What else does it do? No, that's it. It seeds, but it does it really well and really fast. And it costs like $400,000 to $500,000. But as we get the AI involved, I'll need extra mowers and all that anyways. So a mower like this, for example, would probably be a good one for me to turn them loose with just like the rollers, because rollers don't go that fast to begin with, but they're a huge area of coverage. So I could just cut them loose and be like, yeah, it's fine that the mower goes slow, you'll get it. Just be mindful if it's a sensitive topic like what it is. Not necessarily against them, but it always wants to be like, okay, where's this going? I will say, if it's something like super not chill, like war or famine or people dying or sickness, then that is a no. Or if it's like super over the top political, then that's going to get knocked real fast. If it is about, say, for example, there's been a whole thing on Twitch that it actually like made national news and all that there were people who were getting on stream like they were fully nude and they would oil themselves, but then they'd cut off the camera like right there. So it made a bunch of ripples that, you know, people were like, hey, we need to, like, either this shouldn't be allowed or update the policy, which they did respond to, which is basically that, you know, it was effectively lewd is allowed, nude is not, and that is a whole thing. Like, they did a better job of clarifying it, but you had to tag that and all that sort of stuff. Let's see, do you think your audience community has changed with the Twitch TOS that allows less clothing as ASMR? No, my content's not gonna change. Yeah, no, my content's not gonna change. Like, ASMR has been allowed the whole time, but I don't consider myself ASMR. Like, don't get me wrong, some of the games I play, like listening to the rain in the background, is an ASMR effect. But I don't consider this an ASMR channel, if that makes sense. Because, unfortunately, ASMR on Twitch has kind of a focus that is not something I would have any interest in doing. And this isn't me saying they shouldn't be allowed to do it or anything kind of thing like that. But yeah, no, I actually, within some of my creator circles, when the other issue was going on with people again, they were basically like right skirting the very edge of what was allowed with the rules, which is why it became a whole hot button issue. That what ended up happening with it is it started making a bunch of discussions about what should and shouldn't be allowed on the platform and all that. And my stance was, it's probably against TOS as is, and if you're doing something against TOS as is, you should be slapped for it. You know, not like permaban, but give them a suspensions. Hey, that's against the rules, don't do that. But me personally, I'm one who feels perfectly fine that if they want, you know, adult content on the platform, I actually have no objections to that. It's not something I personally would consume. But if there are people who want that content and people who want to offer that content, I really actually don't don't care. My only ask was that, one, and this is already a rule, like even in the past, was you need to label your content accordingly with your tags and all that, so if it's a mature audience, it's properly labeled. So, like, for me, that, like, it needs to be labeled properly, and that they shouldn't show up on the front page, which was the big problem they had before, is it could show up on the front page, which their change is it shouldn't show up on the front page anymore. Yeah. That's kind of what Clara said. It's like, as long as it's in its own section that you can't see unless you click. Agreed. Does it bring a different sort of person to the platform? Yeah, probably. But I doubt they're seeing the streams like this. Yeah. The rec algorithm is getting worse. You just watch game streams, like, recommend? Are you getting some pool vibe spam channels? Interesting. I mean, I can see the algorithm being problematic. Like, having issues or whatever. But yeah, no, I'm definitely one of those people who... It's funny, because people expect me to come out against a lot of this stuff, because I'm very open about moderation as a feature. But for me, stuff like nudity and that, to me, isn't inherently problematic. Versus, you know, racism, you know, people being sexist, that is. So I'm very much like the sexism, that kind of thing, get off the platform. Versus like basic nudity and all that. I'm like, yeah, whatever. As long as it's like putting the, you know, put it off to the side where you have to go like specifically seeking it out to get it, then I'm fine with it. Like, I'm not gonna look for it, but you know, that's fine. Yeah, you want nudity to go to on our website? Right, but hear me out. What if they didn't have to go on our website? That's good for Twitch, and that's good for people who want to do that, because a lot of other websites aren't necessarily the safest place. Not that, you know, Twitch is a bastion of safety or anything. Yeah, that's the thing. The front page, I agree. That is the one big caveat, is they got to fix the front page. Now, if they actually, with what they're doing here, they're saying you need to label your stuff properly, and stuff that has content warnings on it, which will include the violent content warning. So when I'm playing games like RimWorld, if I'm understanding this correctly, it will not be eligible to show up on the homepage anymore. RimWorld will be, like, not allowed to be out there because it has content tags. I'm not afraid to show people my Twitch account. Too much not safe for stuff work? No, and I get that. Like, and if you're... That's the thing. It's the homepage that's the problem. That's my whole thing, which that they very specifically address, that they're going to be taking all that stuff with the content warnings and not allowing it to show up on the homepage. Like, I don't know how much they've already done since the announcement, or if it's coming soon. I haven't checked that. But I think that's a perfectly reasonable compromise, is that the content is allowed on the platform, but it won't show up. In, you know, like, outside of, like, going to the category, it shouldn't show up. Or that you'd have to approve that you allow that type of content, or whatever. Like, that I'm fine with. Because I do agree it is a problem when you go to the homepage and you're someone who just watches Fortnite or something and then lewds. That is a problem. 100%. But I don't have a problem with the content existing. What if Twitch will become an adult content first website? I doubt it. Because, like, Twitch's strongest market is gaming to this day. Like, don't get me wrong, there's other stuff. But, you know, there's that. You say you'd rather keep the adult films away from where your little niece and nephew can get to the older ones, as long as they don't need to answer. So this is the problem, and this is the reason why it needs to not be on the home screen, and that you have to, like, approve the content. That is where I agree. So you shouldn't accidentally be able to get there easily. Versus usually when I get think of the children arguments, my response is, hey, if your kid is looking for that content, do you know what they're going to do? They're going to pull up Google, and they're going to type porn into the Google search. And they're going to get way worse than what you're going to find on Twitch. Because it's not everything goes on Twitch. They still said, you know, you can't like go like full Monty or anything. But, you know, if you want to stream in a bikini, whatever. But yeah, it's just one of those things. Like, I agree the front page is a problem and needs to be addressed. 100% behind you, absolutely, fully, completely. That is something they do have to address. And that if you do stuff to try and deliberately get your content past the rules to be on the front page, where you know you shouldn't be, banned, suspended, account done. Like, if it's very obvious you're trying to, like, nudge the TOS line. Like, to me, honestly, when people deliberately, you can see that they're trying to push the limit of what's allowed by Twitch policy, just slap them. When someone is deliberately trying to push the rules to their extreme, it's very clear they're trying to go as far as they can without, like, they're trying to break the rules without getting in trouble for it, is basically where they're at. Just slap them for it. Give them a temp ban, say, cut it out. And then if they don't, then they're gone. But yeah. You know, so they created Twitch to move gaming categories away from Justin TV. Then they introduced all the categories back into Twitch. Just Chatting has the #1 for the right now. Yeah, but I feel like the Just Chatting, like, even, like, for example, I've opened with Just Chatting when we're discussing what we're doing on stream. And I think that's totally fine. It's Just Chatting has become one of the catch-alls, is the way I look at it. There are certainly people who stay in the Just Chatting category full-time, but there's also a lot of people who they pop in and out of it as needed, which does kind of push it up a bit. You wish you could fix their clustering rec algorithm so it won't mix the gaming community vibe with that? Well, so there's yes and no. As someone who's helped be involved in algorithms, not on Twitch or YouTube or anything like that, but on other platforms, there is kind of two sides you deal with those kind of algorithms. One is to recommend the content the person has consumed in the past to get more like that content. But there is also a thing of trying to suggest content that falls outside the scope of the things they've watched in the past that you think they might enjoy. Because you're going to have people who get bored of the type of content they have been watching and looking for something different, and if you don't have something fresh for them at that moment, they're going to go to a different platform and do that. Now, is there problems where you keep suggesting content they very obviously seem to be not interested in? Then yes, that is absolutely a problem. And I agree that Twitch has that problem. But it is a thing that going, okay, well, let's go here and just kind of see, will this person bite on cooking content? Like, maybe this person, they've been playing lots of games. We did see that they played some Plate Up. That's a cooking game. Maybe they are also interested in cooking. But yeah, when you go explicitly being like, I don't like... So what I wish is there's a couple apps that what you'll do is when you have content, you go, I don't want to see recommendations like this. And it'll go, okay, why? And you go, I don't want to see cooking content. I don't want to see... You know, have like a couple of the associated tags. You can say, I don't want to see these things. Sadly, Twitch's algorithm isn't quite that smart. It'd be nice if it was, but it's not. Let's see. When you ended stream last night, you had just outlined this field, and now we're here at 5. Oh yeah, no, that's the thing. We did a whole bunch of RimWorld. I think we've only been playing this for maybe 30 minutes? What time is it now? Maybe a little over 30 minutes. Because, you know, we did the switch about 15, 20 after 11. But when we were doing the switch, it took a while to actually get the switch underway. Oh, here, let's turn this off. So, how are you doing? So, you're about ready for a pickup. How's the water in these doing? So, the water's getting a little low. Let's top off the water, and then we'll do the pickup. Like, you have interaction with gaming channels, like here, just passively getting lured, attached there. Yeah, no, it's a thing. Part of it is we have to also acknowledge that there isn't an audience for Twitch. It's a lot of different audiences. You've got kids on the platform, 13 and up, you know, assuming they're not violating TOS, 13 and up, that, you know, they're into stuff like Minecraft and Fortnite. And there's other stuff in there. You'll even have people that age who are just like into arts and crafts and what kind of stuff. You've got people who are into like hyper competitive gaming where they just want to see the very best of the best and nothing but that. You've got people here who want more of conversational content. You've got people here who are 100% arts and crafts. And Twitch serves all of those audiences. And it very much is in Twitch's best interest to serve a whole range of audiences, not just do one thing. If we look at a lot of the games, or a lot of the platforms trying to compete with Twitch, that's been their gimmick, is they're like, what is this platform? Well, we do arts and crafts. What is this platform? Well, we're just VTubers. What is this platform? Well, we do just gaming. And none of those platforms has managed to become relevant. And that's because there's just too narrow of an audience they serve. And that's in my opinion. So it is very much, they do want to diversify their offerings. Because also by diversifying their offerings is if, say, let's say a competitor does pick up that it is the VTuber platform, and they pick up, and Twitch went VTuber as the route they went, and suddenly they've lost their market, and it puts them in a bad place. While having a lot of different type of content they provide, it means if suddenly all the VTubers hop off to this other platform, they go, okay, we lost this percent of our market, but I still got this other 80, 90, whatever percent I can lean on. But yeah. No, and I do understand people having the concern that, you know, we'll be back here next year and suddenly it'll be like full-on pornography on the platform. I don't think so. And there's going to be a lot of reasons why. One, that's just not been something, like, Twitch has always held the line on the, like, there is a line here. It's the problem is they didn't define what was or wasn't too far in, like, the nudity side of things. It was very vaguely worded, and so they have defined it. So I wouldn't say there's actually been a significant policy change in a lot of that, so much as they've better defined it so it's more evenly handled. And all that. And I do actually agree with their policy of, if you don't want this content, don't look at it. You wish they didn't allow monetization of lewd content? It would go away quickly by itself. I mean, you could do that. Like, there already is policies that, like, I can show my feet on stream. I may not show my feet on stream as, like, you can't pay me to do it. The first one is okay. The second one, I've crossed a line. Like, there's more nuance to it, but that is the kind of thing. But can you pay me not to do it? I mean, I don't believe that's a violation of TOS. That gets... I wonder what the stance would be on that. Like, I don't think it'd be a violation of TOS, but it is one of those things where, like, what, really? We have to have this discussion? Alright, Strider, you sleep well and all that. But yeah, so like I said, my personal stance is you can't realistically, in my mind, enforce not having kids on your platform, because kids are going to lie about it. Now, obviously, if I find someone on here is underage, I'm going to ban you. I'm sorry. It's just what's going to happen. It's one of the reasons we don't discuss age. If you're chill and everything's fine, I don't have a reason to care. I don't know, whatever. But if you pop in and go, hi, I'm 10 years old, I'm going to ban you, and that's just going to be that. And I'm also probably going to report you to the platform, because you're not allowed to be on the platform at that age. So, shh. But yeah. I'm doing well. Can I get a shout out for Allison Adventures, by the way? Let's see. Currently, Hololive is worth 5.47 million. Versus Twitch is worth 2.8 billion. YouTube is 29.89 billion for rough estimates, but it shows the capacity. Yeah, and then you have to, like, also, you know, stock market is weirdness. But yeah, you are my most watched stream. Well, thank you. But yeah, for those who don't know, Allison Adventures does a lot of Project Zomboid. So if you're looking for Project Zomboid, you can find that content there. But yeah, no, it's one of those things that I have been dealing with the like platforms that kids aren't allowed to be on, and not even because of like adult content or whatever, like gaming platforms where they didn't want to limit what conversations were going to be allowed and yada yada yada. And it's always been a cat and mouse thing between, you know, underage people accessing, you know, content they're not supposed to. And even like, not even, doesn't even have to be a platform. It can just be like on the home computer with the parents, that the parents are like, hey, you know, I don't want my 8-year-old to be able to access adult websites on our internet, but I'm having problems setting up tools to do that. And it's like, I hate to break it to you, these kids are more technologically knowledgeable than you are. I can set it up, and it might slow them down for a little while, but if they're motivated, there is nothing in my power I can do to stop them. Like that is, they will get it if they're after it. So I'm definitely of the mindset myself is, you know, trust but verified. You know, tell your kids, hey, like, I don't want you going on this type of thing. Like, please don't. And you then check their browser history. And if they do, you don't immediately go, like, you're grounded and all that. You sit down and go, do you understand why this is a problem? Like, you do the parenting thing, which I have no feet to stand on here. Like, I have no feet to stand on here as a not parent. The only time I played the part was I played single parent for someone else's 2 or 3-year-old. It's very complicated, but that was not a concern I had, considering she wasn't at an age she was getting on the computer pretty much at all. But it is like, I don't envy the problem that parents have to deal with. That they're trying to do right, and they're trying to control the content their kids get so they can, you know, be there to talk kids through things and all that. You know, A+ for all of that. I don't envy the problem of actually trying to actualize that. In a world where if you give them the phone that they need to reach you, well, that is a mean to get stuff, you know, get content that you don't necessarily want them to see, intentionally or otherwise. I mean, actually, if we think about it back today, I remember being on the internet before the days of Google and all of that, and I remember sitting down where it was my aunt who took me on there the first time because she was like the technologically savvy of my mom's siblings. And she was like, okay, here's the deal. You're going to sit down. You can like look at stuff. You can use this to find, you know, stuff for homework. If you get to any place you feel like you shouldn't be, you know, just come get me. Like, you know, it's not a big deal. You're not in trouble. It's very easy to get to places you're not supposed to go. Just sit down. We'll talk about it. You know, we won't go back to those kind of places and all that. And I remember I sat down, and at first things were fine. And then I was like, I want to look up swords because I was a little kid. And I'm like, swords are cool. Typing sword into a search engine will not get you medieval weaponry, especially back in that day and age. It gets you male anatomy. So needless to say, I went and got her as like, I'm somewhere I don't think I'm supposed to be. And she was like, what did you type in? She's like, yeah. And she was even like, yeah, you know, it is a slang term for this. So let's go ahead and leave all this stuff. You know, and at that point I was like, I don't want to be on here anymore. And it's like, that's fine. And we just did other stuff. Because, you know, for me being a little kid is like, this made this not fun for me. But it's not like it corrupted me as a child or ruined me or anything. But that was just the internet back in the day. There was no guardrails. That's why the icon for moderators is a sword I see. Yeah, you know, it's just toxic masculinity bleeding through into iconography. Yeah, sword showed swords, but not the swords we were looking for. Give your kids a non-smartphone so they can make calls, but not use the internet. No one needs a smartphone anyways. I am 100% not in agreement of the not smartphone. Like, giving the kids not a smartphone? Absolutely on board with that. I can agree to that. But no one needs a smartphone anyways. It's like, nah. I have had career stuff that I really genuinely need a smartphone. And like, especially nowadays, if you're like in emergency services and all that, the days of the beeper are long gone. Like, there are absolutely 100% legitimate required reasons for a smartphone. I mean, hell, you look at, like, getting, for example, to go to New Zealand, and get my visa to go there, you had to use their app on the smartphone. Like, otherwise, you have to manage to go in person to do stuff, and I hate to break it, there's not many in-person places you can go. Smartphone is... It's just a thing you need nowadays. You know, and having GPS available on you at all times. Like, you know, where you get a ride to a friend's house and something comes up and now you're in the middle of nowhere and you just have to try and get, you know, maneuver with an old phone. Yeah, like we did that in the 90s and all that. Well, not even the 90s, like the 2000s early. Now, I do agree, children not needing a smartphone, I can get behind that. I also don't have a problem if children do have access to a smartphone. But, like, no one needing a smartphone is like, no, hang on. It's like, don't get me wrong, the smartphone can absolutely be a time vampire, you can get to doom scrolling and all that garbage. And I agree there are problems that it introduces that we didn't used to have. But, times change. Like, I remember, like, before MapQuest really picked up and all that, even that, there was, like, real rough times. Yeah, no, and it's okay, and that's the thing, we're gonna disagree on what Twitch should and shouldn't involve, you know, allow. Like, that's fine. We just... Consensus isn't the word I'm looking for. It's just a thing we have to acknowledge that we're not going to agree, and trying to figure that out and navigate that. It's anything where you have a large number of people. You're never going to get everyone to agree on everything. Okay, so we want to take this one little scuff spot. Do you have any other places I scuffed the edges of my field? Oh yeah, that's the thing. I don't mind these conversations. As long as people are being civil, it's fine. The moment someone starts calling someone stupid or, you know, starts breaking out a bunch of dog whistles, usually I ban that person, and then a lot of times they put away the conversation. Or if I don't necessarily ban it, but they'll get a timeout. It depends on how bad it gets. Like, that's the whole thing. I feel like one thing that we struggle with nowadays, and it's not a new problem, what we struggle with nowadays is people actually having disagreements on stuff. Like, things that we discuss that we disagree on and being civil about it. Way too many people just immediately jump to, I'm right, you're wrong kind of thing, and the answer is there is no right and wrong. There's just different decisions, different approaches. It's the same thing like with people with parenting. Everyone has a different strategy. My strategy is absolutely not going to necessarily work with all kids. Your strategy is not going to work with all kids. You know, that's just, it's a thing. Disagreement is a cornerstone of civilization. Oh, yeah. Well, let's see, Enoch says, one streamer with quite a big channel, they were shocking themselves with electric dog collar while answering risque questions. For bit donations, it was featured on the front page. They didn't get banned or suspended. They got invited to Twitch Paris to appear on one of their segments. Yeah, well, that's surprising because there is a rule against self-harm on Twitch. And I would actually argue, so you have like the vagueness we've had around sexual content, nudity, that kind of thing. And that's been one that's been historically vague, and that's led to problems. Because the vagueness means, well, is this past or not past what is acceptable? And that vagueness to me is a big problem. You should never be like, am I breaking the rules? ? It should be, I am breaking the rules or I am not breaking the rules. So vagueness bad. And there already is a rule against self-harm, of which, you know, very obviously a person doing serious self-harm, no one's going to question that. Like, it's like very clearly a rule break. But then you get to the vagueness where it's just a broad self-harm, not allowed rule. You know, is shocking yourself self-harm? I would argue if it's more than the most mild shock period, I would say it is. And people disagree with me, and that's fine. Would you argue that being boozled is self-harm? Probably not, because, you know, there's no lasting effect and all that kind of stuff. But I could certainly see an argument that you are doing something that is arguably harmful to yourself, is eating a spoonful of cinnamon as a challenge self-harm. I would actually say yes, because it has led to people having very serious complications. But it's one of those things. I do kind of agree. Someone shocking themselves. Thing. Oh, Bean Boozled? Bean Boozled is where it's jelly beans that you'll have, like, the blue jelly bean, and one will be a nice flavor like blueberry, and the other will be an absolutely awful flavor like dirty dishwater. So it's not really hurting you, but it'll cause, like, for some people, it'll cause them to throw up and that kind of stuff, and, you know, anything that is an expected potential outcome probably should be a no. Yeah, they are in a bit of a gray area on something. Some folks paint themselves nude, and it's fine, even on the front page. Well, that's the thing that Allison, they're saying that they're changing, is the that content will no longer be eligible to be on the front page or the home page. They're saying they're not specifically saying front page, but your home page. That's been their big announcement due to people pushing boundaries. They will be allowed to do it. It won't be allowed to be featured on the home page. I don't know if that's already implemented, but they announced that as a thing coming. Yeah, but a lot of activities in life have negative utility in some aspect. Right. That's the other thing, would be drinking on stream be a self-harm thing. I could accept a certain amount of argument that it is. I could also accept that, you know, like, for me personally, I wouldn't call it self-harm, but people are like, you know, it is a activity that is harmful for your body. But it's one of the reasons why you don't leave things vague, because we don't know where the line in the sand is until you cross it and you get slapped for it. Versus, if they very clearly define it, then there's no question mark. People argue that the line in the sand is not far enough or too far and all that, but there should never be the question mark about, am I breaking the rules? You should be able to look at it and go, no, I am breaking the rules. Unless you just don't read the rules in the first place, at which point, you know, it doesn't matter what I write down if you don't read it. Alright, so we're in January. I believe the first thing we can plant... Yeah, so February is cotton, but the cotton harvester costs 500,000, so I don't think we do that, too risky. But in March, I can grow sunflowers, I can grow oats, I can grow potatoes. Basically, March, everything opens up. So that's what we're going to go for, is just carry over to March, get everything set up there. So right now we're topping off the water in our 2 mushroom farms and our mushroom greenhouse and our 2 flower greenhouses. What map did you start on? This is called No Man's Land. It is a modded map that basically has nothing on it other than a sell point and a tractor store kind of thing. So if I go here, like I had to build these things. They weren't here to begin with. Yeah, so we go out to the map here. If you look at the map, I've got the sell point and the tractor and like all like the things you have to have. A repair place, a gas station, a market to buy stuff at a sell point is down here, which we gave ourselves the 1 tile to start with because that's necessary for the challenge. And there's technically 2 fields here, but they're like rotted away. Otherwise, it's just empty. And as you can see, we've got our first 3 fields here. They're not plants or anything yet because it's out of season. And that's just the way that is. But yeah, that's the whole thing. Like, that's been announcements they made. I think it was like literally earlier today. Is that they basically, Twitch has taken the stand that lewd, and this isn't the exact words, I'm paraphrasing, that vaguely lewd content is allowed, so suggestive content is allowed. Full-on nudity, full Monty is not allowed, and then like straight-up sexual content is also not allowed. Which is in line with what most countries' laws have. Of what, like, kids can potentially access content-wise. It is, like, they chose, like, the same lines in the sand that are generally what most places have legal stances against. So they basically took what the law says and just went with it. And I'm sure someone will be like, well, this one place there's going to always be an exception. But broadly speaking, that's usually the stance the law takes. Like, alluding to adult themes is okay, but actual adult themes is too far. But the big thing that they said they need to change is the front page. That currently you can get some of that stuff that is in that lewd area. Basically, the things that we have the content tags, like violence, consumption of prohibited, like consumption of alcohol and drugs, like those kind of things. You have to have tags on your channel, which is usually related to the games you play. But if I, as a content creator, am drinking on my channel regularly, I'm supposed to have the tag saying that I am going to drink on my like that there's alcoholic consumption on my channel. And those type of tags are no longer going to be eligible to be on the front page. And it's the whole gambit of them, violence and everything. So the example I was giving is, under the new rules, RimWorld would not be eligible to be on the homepage. Because it has consumption of drugs, it has all the things we joke about that it's war crime simulator. Alright, I'm gonna take 2 seconds to quickly use the restroom while this is filling up and grab myself a new drink. It'll be right back. Okay, so I was just quickly grabbing myself a new drink, use the restroom. But you selling a kidney? Okay, go on, just remote things. Yeah, no, and I actually fully agree that if RimWorld as a game is not, like, you can choose whether or not is acceptable for your children and all that. But if we're talking like the broad brush of, is a game like RimWorld mature audiences? I would say yes. Thematically, yes. Like, while it is cartoony, so it's not particularly graphic, you're organ harvesting people against their will. You're literally amputating people and leaving their bodies laying on the ground where they can't move. There's, like, drug production where you're making very hard drugs. Like, it is 100% not child appropriate in my mind. Now, again, if you want your own kids to be okay with it, that's your decision as a parent. But we're, again, the broad stroke, is this child appropriate? It's like, no. It's cartoony. It's not graphic, but absolutely, it's thematically not okay. Oh, I think I mentioned that at TwitchCon. We had a like, and I wouldn't share the name of the creators or anything, even if I knew it, because it's not the point. Like, I'm not trying to call people out. That we had a panel we went to, and it was around like content moderation, you know, community safety, those kind of things. Like how to you know, keep yourself safe, you know, make sure you're abiding by TOS and all that kind of thing. And we had not one person, but 2 people ask the same question. So first of all, they weren't paying attention. But the one was saying, hey, my channel, the way I present it is family friendly, but I play a game that is considered mature audiences. And it really hurts my viewership, since it's mostly kids because I'm family friendly, to be flagged as mature audiences. Because then, you know, a lot of the kids say, oh, my parents say I'm not allowed to tune in on this. And the person was like, yeah, but the game you're playing is mature audiences. Like, it's not child-friendly. That's just not what it is. And they're like, well, I want to be able to appeal that my channel is child-friendly. And the person's like, well, what games are you playing that are getting you flagged? And the one was saying, Elden Ring. And I'm going, how the hell do you play Elden Ring and be family friendly? Like, conceptually, you're killing people. There's nudity. Like, thematically, like, the whole thing is that there's lots of killing and all that. What did they say, Elden Ring? Yeah, and I didn't hear what the other one was, but you're like, no, the whole point is the game you're playing is mature audiences. That's what it is. It's set by the ESRB, or similar organizations, that their whole gist is they go, does it contain XYZ? Yes, then it has these ratings. And just, but it's like two people who say, like, I want to be able to appeal to, like, get the mature tag taken off when I play mature games. And I will give the staff from Twitch so much credit for their patience, because my response would have been, what the hell are you talking about? It's a mature game. It's what it is. Like, that's how that works. If it's flagged as mature, guess what it's going to be flagged on our platform as? Mature. It's a legal thing. But it was the stance is like, no, I do it family friendly though. I'm like, what? Do you spawn into the game and not leave the room you start in? How you wanted to almost go into that. It's like, how do you do that family friendly? That content wise the game, like, to play it is by its nature not family friendly. It's okay that you're cool with your kids seeing it. I actually have no problems with that whatsoever. I will jump right on that bag and I go, it's like, yeah, you know what? I'm cool with my kids seeing that too if I had any. Maybe not at like 2 or 3, but I wouldn't call it family friendly. I would say I'm making the parenting decision that that content doesn't bother me. Right. It's like, how do you play this game in a family friendly? It's like, I academically speaking, I am curious how that works. Do a pass? No, that's the thing. Even if you were to do a pacifist run, they have cinematics where the person, like, there's a, like, thinking Dark Souls 3, you go into, what is the name of it? With the, oh, it's all the separate knights that you have to kill, like, a whole bunch of them. And then when you kill them, more of them get up and you fight more and more. I'm trying to remember the name of it. It's one of the ones that, you know, is one of the ones that tends to break a lot of people. Oh, I'm blanking on the Farron Knights. Yeah, literally the intro cinematic is the one knight impaling the other with blood gushing out the back of him. Like, how do you do that? Yeah, sorry, the Abyssal Watchers. Yeah, how do you do that family friendly? How do you do that? It used to be a non-skippable cutscene. How? That's my question. There's a pacifist hitman run where you actually, even more horrible since it requires you to assassinate to progress, and you're a pacifist, you end up, sorry, didn't mean to bang the mic. You end up banana peeling them by accident. Yeah. But that's the whole thing. It's like, it's a mature game. It's set by the ESRB. There are legal entities that will assign it a mature rating. It is a mature game. That's what it is. It's labeled as mature. If you want to have a family-friendly stream, that game, no. I'm not saying don't stream that game. I absolutely would stream stuff with mature audience tags. I do it all the time. Project Zomboid has content warnings. RimWorld has content warnings. I don't believe this one's family friendly. Like, this one's family friendly. This one's fine. When I played Dead Island, content warnings. Most of the games I play have content warnings. Now, some of them are really tame. Alright, so let's take this back. But I would not say my channel's family friendly. Even though I barely swear at all. I deliberately avoid a lot of content that I personally am like, yeah, I don't want to mime that, all that. GTA 6 is family friendly too. I wonder how many streams are going to get suspended streaming their playthroughs. Yeah, PG-13. Yeah, no, I always joked that mine is in the gray area of safe for work. Like, but you're committing genocide against trees. Trees aren't people. Trees aren't people. It's fine. That's, I want, like... It's like, don't get me wrong, I can understand that as a creator, they don't swear. And that they, you know, avoid objectionable content. But the game they happen to play is graphic. And they're like, they're like, this shouldn't be a mature tag. It's like, okay, it's totally fine if you personally believe that violence and gore shouldn't consider, like, it's fine that you believe for your own kids, like, that's okay to show them. I don't necessarily disagree with you, but that is not what the definition term there means. All right, so we've already got our fields plowed, so I don't need this tractor to plow another field right now. We can't seed our fields till next in-game month. Yeah, we've done it, chat. We've murdered a bunch of trees. I'm not going to cut down all these trees. I'm just going to finish filling up this load of logs because we cut down a couple of trees. Oh, I did learn on my own as I, when I say on my own, it's not like I'm the first person to discover or anything like that. But in my own time, I did take a tree that I literally didn't do anything, like cut any branches or anything like that. I just took the log, like the whole tree is like one big unit, branches and all, and chucked it in there. You do not get nearly as much money when you do that. Like, it's not even close. Like, one of these trees that I could pull like about $1,500 out of, if I just take it as the whole tree, I get like $200. So you do want to actually take the time to clean it up, cut it down to different lengths. And I assume there's different, like, ideal lengths and all that. I have no idea what those are. But I just cut it to where I could fit in the truck. Let's see. The guy to stream, the boss doesn't get up and come over. Yeah, and that's the thing. I am fine. Oh, that's too long. It's not that I'm aiming to be, like, completely 100% safe at work. Like, I'm okay with the boss raising an eyebrow and being like, should I bring something up with this? But I'm not, like, I don't want to be on the side that the boss actually does get up and walks over and, you know, says something. Next, you throw the tree into the truck and cut all the logs into rinky-dink pieces. So the only issue with that is I can't move the tree because it's too heavy. Like, if I could press it up against a wall, maybe I'd be onto something. To, like, you know, I'd have to, like, lay the tree such that, like, the end piece is here. You'd cut it off, it falls in, and then shove the tree against the wall. I think the setup of trying to just get that to happen would be so long and time-consuming. It would be more efficient to just do what I'm doing now. Man, I'm not looking to cut down a whole bunch of trees. I'm just topping off the truck here. And then once we've topped off the truck, we'll sell this, and then we'll fast forward the day. Because then tomorrow will be the in-game day to get we'll have to make the decision, are we getting the seeder, are we getting the planter, am I doing, like, well, it won't be the carrot, it'll probably be the seeder, because we're looking at oats and, well, we'll see. I should also, when we go and sell this, let's take 2 seconds to look at the production line to see if there's any production lines that use mushrooms or flowers. I'm gonna guess no. But I could see, for example, the canning place using mushrooms. I don't... Like, in real life, flowers might get used for, like, perfumes or something. I don't think this game will do that. I don't think there's, like, a perfume factory or something like that. I also haven't looked, so, you know, who knows? But we'll see if there's a production line for mushrooms and or flowers. It'll probably be way out of our budget and we won't do it now, but it'd be a thing to be mindful of later to, like, maybe save space. To, like, deliberately set aside space that's like, that's where we're going to build this down the road. Part of me also wants is, if we look at the map, part of me wants, there's a road here, that's the dirt road. Part of me wants to put the major production buildings, like, along this, like, maybe like an outshooting road that goes off at, like, right here. But to have, like, almost a town center that has our various factories and whatever along there. Have you done tree felling or cutting with a chainsaw in real life? Full-on tree felling? No. Have I taken trees that have fallen and, you know, cut them up, taken the branches off, cut them into logs, and all that? Yes. Not for purposes of, like, selling lumber or whatever. But, I live in Florida and we deal with hurricanes and they knock down trees, so trees happen. And I have absolutely done cleanup after that, where you have, like, a full-on, like, a full-size pine tree go down. You have to, like, hack it up into little... No, it's too big. Hack it up into little pieces. Alright, I just don't want that tree, I guess. But hack it up into little pieces to do all that. Because then you cut down, like, all the branches, and you pile that in the front so that the waste people can go through and clear that up. But they won't take, like, full-on giant logs, so you have to cut it down into reasonable-sized logs. Or sometimes you'll have people who are like, hey, if you cut this up, I'll, like, pay you for it or whatever. Usually for, like, wood turning or whatever. You know, they'll take it, they'll put stuff on the ends of the log to avoid having problems with that. Let's see, do you manually change your mods command when you switch games? No. So I have a command that's !mods that it has a condition that says, what category are you in? And then it will show the mods that I have set for that category. Which I do have to manually update. Like, when I change RimWorld runs and I change my mods, I do have to update that to be accurate. But, like, I don't have to change it every other time I change a game. Because that would be a level of tedium I wouldn't deal with. Your dad's a firewood enthusiast. Used to make a whole process when I was a teen. Yeah, I've known people like that. I haven't done that myself. But what they'll do is they'll cut it down into logs, then they'll let it sit in a pile to season it. And then once it's started to dry and season, then they will get a wedge and they'll split it into sections. I've broken up firewood, like I've done that. We didn't like season it, we just had a log pile. We just, you know, a tree would go down, we'd chuck it on the log pile, and then once it starts to dry out, you know, you would get like a wedge and a sledgehammer, and you'd break them up into smaller pieces. This will probably be the last tree we cut down. Logs are easier to cut when it's wet. The people you know are amateurs. It depends. Like, if you wait till it's, like, super duper dry, then yeah, you just knock the wedge into it, and that's the whole thing. But, I've also had where it's wedge and, like, wet, and just, the wedge just gets stuck in it. So you have, like, a medium area you want to do. Let's see, why does the Just Chatting top channel now have 0.2 million viewers? They're not nude. Because Just Chatting is not all hot tub streams. Actually, for that record, like, hot tub streams aren't just chatting, they're their own category. Yeah, it's kind of joking. I was just taught to turn away. Nah, but there's a certain thing, like, there's, when it comes to drying, like, and I'm not expert in this, when it comes to, like, seasoning your logs for splitting and all that, there's, like, when it's green... You know, it's like when it's green, like really, like logs kind of thing. Those are very hard to split and do all sorts of stuff with it. They're far more flexible and all that, which works against you splitting them. But if you wait till they're like practically rotten, then what ends up happening is you smack the wedge into it and the log doesn't split. The wedge just goes like straight through it and you kind of just knock the log apart by blunt force kind of thing. And that's also harder. So you want it in between where it's not to the point of like full on like rotting and all that, but it's not green. How long that takes? I don't know. It might also depend. This is true. And the state of the wood when you cut down the tree in the first place. Yeah, so, as Osai said, because softcore porn is allowed on Twitch now, it's not actually. The way I would say is it can be lewd, but you can't show the full Monty kind of thing. So it's basically lewd content is allowed. It's just, you know, there's a certain distance of how far you can go. Well, my understanding with like stuff like strip dancing is you'd still have to cover cover the sensitive bits, as it were, but you'd be able to get pretty much down to basically nothing. That's my understanding. I'm personally not going to test it. If you have a paid onslaught, yeah, it has to be covered, but they let you get really far. Not that I have any interest in testing anything. Like that'll never be like a sub goal or a redeem, whatever. A site that allows 14-year-olds, but they're not supposed to access those categories. They have mature content warnings. We actually had the conversation earlier. Like, I know some people are against it. That's fine, but like that's the whole thing. You have the mature content warnings that say, hey, you're not supposed to access this if you're under a certain age. And I believe when the 13 and 14-year-olds, when you create an underage account, that some of those content warnings, I don't believe they're allowed to go past. I could be wrong about that. Did Twitch have some age restriction authentication? No. But my counter argument to that is, about that thing where it's saying, but an underage person could access this, I'm like, yes, but an underage person can go to Google and type porn. And if they're looking for that content, guess what they're going to do? So, people are going to disagree on where the line in the sand is. But, I mean, I'm not super worried about that. So, what I'm looking for here is there anything that uses mushrooms or flowers? So, I'm just looking at the icons here. And my only thought is, like, maybe the canning place can accept those. I don't think they will. I'm fairly certain they're an end product that there's not an additional process I could do. Now, granted, half these things, it wouldn't be worth me doing it anyways, just because where would I put it? Oh, the No Man's Land, maybe that'll be a thing. Yeah, so there's nothing here that uses that. Yeah, no, very... Like, that's the whole thing. It's like all the adult websites in the 90s were like, are you over the age of 18? Yes, when you're not. I'm not recommending that, but it is a whole thing that it's the internet. You've got to supervise your kids. What it is. If you don't, they're going to get stuff into things that they're not supposed to. It's the internet. It's what it is. Alright, so I already have enough money that I should be able to get the harvester and the seeder. And then right here, I've got the thing that I could spread lime and fertilizer, which is one of the things I could do to improve my productivity. How much horsepower do you need? It doesn't say. So I am going to get this because it's on an extreme discount because it's in a horrible state of repair. I will pay the extra for the extension. The tires don't really matter. Ooh, that ups the price a lot. I do want those, though. We're gonna pay it. Let's see, I assume it's just a legal thing to have it where you have place. Oh no, not all places require age verification. Unless you're talking like full-on adult content, then you're not required to have an age verification. And if they ever did put an age verification, that would be really bad for Twitch. Because it means they're going to expect you to give a license, like an ID, like a government ID, and or, like, you know, credit card or something like that just to verify your age. And that alone will just absolutely kill the number of people on the platform. But people don't want to do that. I mean, are you 18? Yeah, no, they're not going to do that. It's a totally useless thing. It was a useless thing when they introduced that in the 90s, and it's a useless thing there. Like, age verification, kids are smart enough to get around it. Can I say I'm an elderly and get an early bird special? Well, it just so happens right now, subs are 25% off all over Twitch. Everywhere. 25% off. It's not because of age, but, you know, it is on sale right now. 25% off.
Greed will be your downfall.
Greed got him. But yeah, no, age verification's always been a cat and mouse. It always has, it always will. Alright, so let's go get our thing for... Do I need to put lime down in these fields? I didn't even look. So we could check here. Needs lime, and it needs the stones picked up. Okay. I might actually be able to do all the things we need with the money we're making. Because like I said, the harvester with the head is about 100,000 for the minimum, which is what I'm going to get. Yeah, no, it's a perfect segue. Absolutely, I appreciate it. But yeah, no, as a reminder, right now on Twitch, all subs are 25% off, except gifted subs. Just be careful. You can renew your sub for any amount of time, I believe, and you can get a new sub for any amount of time, I believe, and you get any tier of sub, and I believe it's 25% off for all of that. You know, plus whatever discounts they normally have. So, like, if you get 6 months, there's a discount for being 6 months, you'd get the 25% in addition to that. And it'll show you there. If you don't see it, don't trust it. I mean, don't trust this and don't do it if it doesn't show the discount. But gifted subs, it's not till the end of the month. Like, I think it was 27th to the 2nd. And this is for the whole month, but the gifted subs, it won't show up to the 27th that you can get the 25% off. And then they're also doing it if you donate bits to a content creator. And that's strictly straightforward. You're giving them bits. You're not doing sound things, just you're giving bits. And it's 300 or more bits as a single donation that they will toss on at least 10%. And it's like a gamble thing where if you gave me, 300 bits, the minimum I would get is 330 bits for that 300 bits. It can be more. I think 40% was the highest I've seen. I don't know what the max is. So Crusader in Diablo 3 just answered with a not yet to the question about the fields. He said that because he tried to skill his cooldown. Infinite money glitch? Oh, in real life? No. Because unfortunately, you don't pay $1 for 100 bits. You pay well over that. So, it does help. It means the amount of money you spend to help me, like as a creator, like you get more mileage out of your money to help your content creators that you're tuning into and supporting. But it doesn't mean you could just like infinite money where like the difference will still catch up with you. All right. So we want to put lime in this thing. Do I get the lime now? I think we get the lime now before I pull this back. All right. So what I'm going to do here is I need lime. So I'm going to buy that. Oh, here we go. We're going to buy all 8. And then we're going to go seeds. Why does it have customize? Oh, there we go. We're going to buy a full thing of seeds as well. That's overkill, and that just cost me like another 10,000. But I'm going to need those all anyways, so whatever. And they don't go bad in this game or anything like that. Oh, you better not be out of range where I can't reach you, Lime. Now, let's give where the full price of subs goes to the streamer. That's not going to be a hand. You could hear you. Can you speak into my good ear? They're just not as good as they used to be. Do you sell logs or have other uses? We were selling logs at the beginning because you can have... Why are you wiggling so wildly? We did have logs earlier on, but we've been selling them. Because you have to build a sawmill, and that costs like 50,000 something. You forgot to buy the up dog? Yeah, it happens. I was going to fill this on beforehand, but I'm like, no, I'm just going to get the flatbed, and we're just going to bring all the seeds and bring that all back. Because like I said, the cedar is going to cost me about 30,000, which will drop us to 50,000. We're making somewhere in the area of 20 to 40,000 a day from the greenhouses. So let's do some math. So I'm going to be planting... We're going to be planting the... We're going to plant whatever we're planting, probably oats in March, which will then be able to harvest in July, so that'll give me 20, 40, 60, 80,000 there. So as long as I have about 20,000 left in the bank by the time we get to that point, then we will be able to buy the harvester and harvest the fields. So we're in really good footing for this. So right now I'm just getting our farming equipment into position. I'm going to grab this flatbed. We're going to load up all of those seeds and lime and all that and bring that over here. And for right now, I'm just parking it here. Later on, we'll get ourselves like an actual garage or barn or whatever. Am I doing this fine, PM? Doing good. Hey, Mana, how's it going? Alright, so we're dropping that off. Let's go pick up our flatbed. It was, but before things got silly on Farm Sim with Ultrasource and everything the other night, for those who didn't know, I was playing multiplayer off stream on there. I was genuinely going to reach out to you, like, when you came back, because I was like, hey, can you just embezzle some seeds for me from Ultra real fast? I don't know if you actually can do that. It was more I wanted to test if I could, like, if someone could pick up seeds and bring it to me who weren't part of my farm. I wanted to see if that was, not because, like, I wanted to steal from Ultra or whatever, because I'm, like, trying to work all this stuff and it's getting really late. It's like, man, I need to run over there and grab these seeds, and we have to get something just to pick them up or drive my slow freaking tractor back there. I was tempted to do that. You were there at the end, Mana, when so Ultra was trying to fast forward to get some stuff done, and so she was, you know, like, is that ever, like, okay? And everything's like, yeah, it's fine. I was in the middle of, like, planting this field of, I think it was corn, and so we fast forwarded like 6 days while I was planting this field of corn. So I had one tiny little narrow field that had like 4 different growth stages in that one field, which was totally fine by me. I'm like, man, I could see someone driving by this, just seeing who's doing what up here and being like, what the hell is going on with this cornfield? I'm gonna do it right now. You're on for about 8 hours, so it's bounced out. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like, I'm not worried about it at all. Like, she was like, oh, I'm so sorry. It's like, no, it's fine. I'm enjoying the chaos. It's definitely a thing. If someone's a little bit OCD about those things, it would be a bad time for them. But I am not one of those people. Like, I like my fields being square and all that when I take the time. Good. This will let me auto-load it. But I was enjoying that. It was fun. No one on the server noticed because I wasn't streaming. I made the mistake of, I didn't have enough money to that's weird. I didn't have enough money to buy something to actually haul my sunflowers and corn back. So I was driving the harvester to and from the sell points, and I made the mistake of trying to take the harvester to sell at the granary, where you have to pull inside the building in this tiny little room that you're supposed to pull in and like shovel it back out the back of your truck. But I had the harvester where there's this big swing arm to do it. I made it work. I had to take the header off of it to make it finagle it. I had to do this thing where I like backed up and I used the arm to shove myself against the side. But I took a screenshot for people that I can show here in a minute. But I shimmied that harvester and that thing practically sideways so I could do that. Oh yeah, no, I figured people could help me with it. Like, no, I've come too far. I have to see this through. What would be the easiest way for me to get that screenshot? Well, that's driving. I can go here. I can click on... It's up here. View screenshots. Not that one. Here we go. And we can slide this over real fast and make it larger. So if I do display capture, so there's our harvester. So you can see the swing arm is like sticking sideways and dumping into the plate right there. That I had to like shimmy this thing over, shove myself in here because I couldn't get the arm out and through the door. It was a whole process, and I am proud I did it, and then I did not do it again because it was a whole process. It probably took me like 5-10 minutes to get that thing in place. What's wrong with the car? That was on a multiplayer server and I didn't have the truck. Because technically I could have taken a truck like this one and I could have put it in there. I could have even probably have leased the vehicle and that would probably be the correct decision. But you know, I was already there. It was too late. There's no going back, chat. You know how this is. Okay, I guess the last one won't come off. Alright, that's fine. Oh no. Please get off. No way, I can make this fall off. We just drive. Just be the first bag we use. There we go. Just a little unnecessary roughness and it's off. Because I don't have a forklift, so I couldn't deal with that. Okay, so those aren't filled up again yet, so we're good there. We'll grab this and fill it up with lime. So the real question is, will I be able to get the stones as well? I don't think we will. All right. It's gonna take me several bags of lime to fill this. Oh, what's wrong with the car? Oh, I missed that. I didn't realize we're talking about Eonex's car. I understand. Yeah. The good news is I'm going to fill this thing up with lime, and do you know when the next time I'm going to deal with lime is? Basically never. That's not at all true, by the way. It feels good to say it, but I will definitely need more lime. I'm pretty sure... Yeah, you're a seed box over there. You say that, then you get stuck again and have and reset. Let's see. It's for one of the events that took place in November. One of the events that took place in November. I am missing a lot of context here. Gotcha. Alright, well that's all 8. So I put 8 entire large pallets of lime in this thing. And, okay, so we can't turn very well with this. We knew that was probably going to be a problem. That's okay. Why are you having problems turning? There you go. Like, I get it not turning well because it's heavy as heck, but it was the tractor having problems just turning by itself. Like, I'm getting like a weird sideways drift when I start turning where I think it's the weight of that thing pushing me as opposed to me pulling it. Oh, it's also a little tall, so it picked up my tractor when I went to do that. So it's just a little too high. My tractor's too small is the issue. It's gonna work, just not well. Okay, alright, so let's go get the cedar. Basically what I'm doing is I'm buying the things and I'm trying to see if I can math out if I could get the stone picking up thing and still have enough money to do the cedar and the harvester. Because if I'm gonna have enough money to do that, then we'll be in good shape because then I'll be able to harvest everything. Because it's also those things, if I mess up and I'm off by like a month with the harvester, it's not the end of the world. I get 2 months to do it. And we're looking at doing probably oats is what I'm thinking, just because of fast turnaround. It'll be either, yeah, it'll be probably oats will probably be what we grow. because that's the fastest turnaround one we have. Yeah, because our choices are for stuff we can plant in March. Oh, right, we have to go to March, not February. It's fine. Is oats, sunflowers, potatoes, sugar beets, sugarcane, cotton, grapes, olives, and this crap we're not going to do. I'm not going to do grapes and olives. Those are specialty, and all our equipment is extremely expensive. Cotton, the harvester, is extremely expensive. I think sugarcane's expensive. So it's probably going to be oats, sunflower. It's going to be oats or sunflowers. Will be the choices between. Yeah, cane is really expensive. I thought so. I wanted to say the harvester was really expensive for cane. I think the planter and the harvester, if I recall, are actually expensive for cane. I haven't done it yet. I've never, on any playthrough, I've never done sugarcane. I want to say it's like 600,000 or some ridiculous, obnoxious nonsense for the harvester. Because the minimum harvester, unless I get lucky, it's on a discount, is 75,000. And then the header is between like 15 and 30,000 for the minimum header, depending on the crop we do. Potatoes being its own thing. Yeah, so the things I'm going to get, and this is where I have to finally make a decision. So we would end up getting a harvester. So that's the harvester we're going to get because it's 75,000. We're not going to buy that right now, but I will need that later. So I need the 75,000 for that. And we can have the corn header for corn, which again, the cheapest is 19,000. Or we get the header here, which the cheapest for what I would need is 25,000. Those are my choices. So it's basically 100,000 for the harvester with whatever attachment, just as a very vagueness. Now I could choose to do the planter for sunflowers, or I could choose the seeder for oats. Either of those are options. Let's check the harvest time. So the harvest time for the sunflowers is way later versus the oats is earlier. I think that is the decision there. So I'm going to need a seeder, because the seeder is what I use for oats. And we're going to get the tiniest seeder I can get away with, which is the 33,000, which kind of sucks because it has like next to no storage on it. But I'm a little... I mean, we could... It's only... We're going to go with the little one. That's what we're going to do. We're going to go with the little one. Let's play it safe. So the little one here would mean I'd have $52,000 left. Or sorry, $49,000 left. So that'd be fine. And if we get $49,000 left, and I have one, so this is 20,000, 20,000, like about 25,000. So 25,000, 50, 75, 100, 125, 150. Yeah, we'll be fine. Okay, so I'm gonna get that seeder. I don't have a front position on my tractor anyways. We're gonna get the smaller seeder, and the reason is the horsepower. So we've been forced by our tractor. Technically, I don't have enough horsepower for this one, but I'm right on the fence that we are just gonna go with it. So we're just gonna go details. And we're just gonna take it as is, and we're just gonna live that life. Now, the next thing though is I'm pretty sure I have enough that if we go to the stone picking up things, whatever they're called, I could do that as well. Where are you? They're not here. That's where they are. The stone picking up thing. Because I could also sell the stone. It's not worth almost anything. Yes. Oh, like everyone say it there. So there. So we're going to get the cheap one. Because the first is being able to do it, the second is being able to do it well. And we're going to stop there. Because then this gives me something I can do productive right now. And the reason I want to do the stone pickup thing is that will improve my yields. This also means I have literally everything I need, other than the roller for like pre-harvest. to get the most out of this. All right. But we're also hitting kind of the limits of what this tractor can handle, because this tractor is 100 horsepower, and that seeder actually wants 125. I could still use it. It's not going to be a great time. But getting a proper horsepower, like a properly strong tractor, is going to probably push me close to 100,000 or more. But I should be able to cash out probably another 20,000 from the greenhouses at the end of this in-game day. And then 24,000 the next in-game morning. Because I know the prices are going to go down. But if I get like a full delivery every day, I'm just going to do it. I'm not going to wait. All right. And this one's all weird because it's off-centered. And now, go forth, my employee. Do the work. So they're going to charge me a little bit of money to do that, but that's fine. And meanwhile, I'm going to clear out these trees that are along there. They're going to be a problem. I wonder the tiny little tree stumps if they'll try to avoid it. Like, he's probably going to do a terrible job and I'll probably have to clean it up when I'm done. But that's because we got tree stumps and all that in. That's actually one of the next purchases I should get, is once we know we're set for a harvest, get a stump grind, a trunk grinder, whatever you call it. Stump grinder. That way I can take the tractor and get rid of those tree stumps so the AI doesn't struggle. Man, this will be the point where I'm going to start wanting to get, you know, another tractor that's bigger so that for some of those jobs that don't require a lot of horsepower, I could cut the AI loose with that tractor and just have them work on it while I work on other things. And I'm trying to clean this up because this is where we're going to have a road go through here. I'm guessing I have to remove the stumps before I can build roads and all that. I don't know one way or the other on that one. Alright. I also like that the deer will, like, scatter if you get anywhere near them, but the AI, they're like, nah, it's fine, just drive the big heavy tractor right next to me. We're cool. The deer just doesn't like us in particular. Deer's mean like that. How am I doing in time, by the way? Oh, I'm doing great. Because I cannot go long tonight. I am supposed to wrap up about half hour early. So keep me honest on that, because there's other people involved, and I will feel really bad if I keep them waiting. More than likely, they'll probably pop in here, you know, as a reminder or something like that, or they'll DM me or whatever. But just in case, because we're having We're having a super secret redacted meeting about things that I cannot announce yet, but soon, TM. Just tell us the secret. Santa Claus isn't real. I'm so sorry. No, that's... It's like, why would you do this? Why would you hurt me like this? I actually shouldn't say it. I don't know who has kids around here. I feel bad if I actually just did that. Children, Santa Claus is real. Unless you don't believe it's real, then it's not real. And then, you know, if he is real... And also, he's actually got his workshop at the South Pole. It's all a misdirection. They don't want people bothering him at the North Pole. So it is a whole thing. They, like, tell him it's at the North Pole. It's actually at the South. Well, this is family friendly. It'll be our secret. I won't tell anyone else. That, low-key, there's, my younger brother got me and Toom an advent calendar. That's an escape room advent calendar. And that was one of the things that, like, for the story, it's that the South, like, the workshop is actually at the South Pole. But, you know, not that they're, like, trying to hide it. It's just, it's it's just a thing that people just get wrong. What, Coca Mandarin? That's actually kind of the fun thing is, if you look at the history of Santa Claus as we see him today and, like, the red and white, like, that is a very new thing that was brought up by Coca-Cola. Like, very genuinely modern Santa is Coca-Cola. That before that, he was a far more, like, forestry kind of person. Like, a foresty kind of person, wilderness kind of person. Would wear a bunch of, like, furs and animal hides and that kind of thing. But Coca-Cola rebranded Santa Claus. It's one of those things you read about, and it's, like, very genuinely fascinating how, like, it was just an ad campaign that wasn't just successful, but it completely changed a holiday. Also, to be fair, some holidays only exist because of businesses. Like, it's a slow sales season. Let's come up with a holiday for this season. Hey, there's this moderately historic event that we're just gonna completely misconstrue, but make it a holiday because reasons. Yeah, Valentine's Day. You're doing good work there, man. You prefer Cola Claus? Yeah, Cola Claus is definitely better than Santa Cola. Oh, milk, Pepsi and milk. Ugh. I've never done it, but you hear about it, you're like, no. No. Soda and milk, no. Like, soda and dairy itself isn't a problem, because, like, you know, root beer float is the thing, and it's delicious. But, like, straight up liquid and liquid dairy, no. They don't mix. They separate. You want to try it now? I mean, it's probably not as bad as it is. Like, it's probably not as bad in person as it sounds in my head. But also, it sounds pretty horrific in my head. It's a whole meme and Pepsi was too stupid to make it. Or Pepsi knew it was a whole meme and it got us all talking about it because it's so ridiculous. Because companies 100% do that. Oh, is the internet going to bed? Sorry, I missed that. Not that I saw. Sorry, I just heard like the be safe thing. It's like, oh wait, are people going to bed? Which is fine. I also make sure if someone was going to bed to like wish them a good night or whatever. You know, thank people for hanging out and all that good stuff. Because I don't get to do this if people don't show up. Because my bill collector says, give me money, and I go, yeah, I don't actually have that. And they go, ah, that's unfortunate that your power's off now. I'm not in any type of situation where that's a genuine concern, by the way. I'm financially fine. The things I've said is, even if this channel completely fails, I'm fine. Now, that said, obviously, if the channel isn't sustainable, that becomes a problem, but we're not really there at the moment. Alright, Big Bud, you have a good one. Thank you for hanging out. Okay. And basically, I'm cutting down the trees because there's more trees. And it's either I'm riding in that, doing that, or I'm cutting down the trees. I'm like, but why not both? Because, yeah, the worker's going to end up costing me somewhere in the area of, like, probably $500 or $600 by the time that field's done, would be my guess. Which, you know, is something. Well, actually, never mind. It's probably going to be, like, $1,000-some, isn't it? That's unfortunate. But in the meantime, they're doing that work. I'm cutting down these trees. It's fine. What we'll end up doing is when I've run out of trees to cut down, I'll just take over. Ooh, 198. We almost made it too heavy. Because I don't have super strength turned on, 200 kilograms is my limit. So we're like looking at this log. I could cut it right in half, and I would fit in the truck. But one of the pieces would be, at least one of the pieces would be at least, you know, a little too heavy. So it's going to need to be cut into thirds. Besides, I want to clear this area out for the road anyways. Where's my hitch point? There we go. Not hitch point. It's the tag-along, carry-on, whatever you want to call it. Yeah, so that's wide enough I can get the road around here now. I probably have to pull up the stumps, but that's the idea, is I have a road go right here. It'll branch off that way to the greenhouses. I don't know which way it's going to turn down here. Like, if it's just going to go straight, we'll just put another large field along it. I haven't decided all that part. Like, I haven't sat there, like, off-stream and, like, this is exactly how I'm going to plan out the farm. I am very much ad-libbing it, but it's kind of like, okay, I've got the tile we're on. What are the things I want to fit here? So I figured I'd have two narrow fields and one larger field. That's an interesting load securing. It's fine. It's strapped in. What could possibly go wrong? Other than we've definitely rolled this truck a lot of times. Like, a lot of times. Okay. One of the downsides is I can't connect the road until we buy not tile 56. 56 is fine, but tile 46. So this tile's fine. I won't do anything here. I'm going to actually try to deliberately avoid buying 56 for as long as possible. But this tile, I want to buy it, and then we'll put the road. I'll have like it won't just be a straight 90 degree. I'll have the thing where it kind of like turns like that as best I can. It's in little squares, so it'll look a little weird. But then we can have a road that goes over here, right in between these fields, along past this rock. I've got like a handful of trees left here. We'll just keep cutting the trees right now. Just finish this hill off. I don't plan on cutting down the trees on all the hills. We just had to do this on the early game because this was the only income available. We had $0 in a chainsaw and a truck. And the only resource we could exploit was the trees, because I could chainsaw them down into pieces. Alright, so you're still going. I'm just gonna keep checking on him, because sooner or later he's gonna decide he's tired of it and just go away and not finish the job and I'll have to clean up. It's almost always the way it works. Let's see how it's looking like on the map. Yeah, so that area where there's no more yellow dots, that's what our driver has finished. Are you zigzagging like this? What is the... It's fine. The AI lives by their own rules. As long as they get the work done, I can look the other way and mostly just die on the inside, seeing how they're approaching it. Oh, and the trees don't grow back on their own in this game. Once I've cut these trees down, they're just gone unless I replant them. I don't have any plans of getting into any, like, actual proper logging so far as, like, growing trees or anything. We'll see if we get, like, way late game in the thing, if, like, I've got a whole bunch of different crops going and all that, if we want to go that route, but that'd be, like, way later. Like, really, like, if you hire them and you have to deal with how they do, I mean, you're not wrong. You also get what you pay for, and, I mean, I'm not exactly paying this person the most money either, so... You know, if you want to pay people a low rate, get a low expectation of the work received. Yeah, you're just, like, backing up in the middle field constantly. I think what's happening... Why are you skipping gaps in here? Or are you just going for the end? I don't know. I think stuff like this tree stump, that you can see, like, he pulled up, saw the tree stump, and turned around, which I get. It's basically, it's seeing it as, oh, there's an obstruction here, don't drive the equipment over, because it actually will... Like, the tree stumps, I don't believe, do anything. I know if you drive over rocks with stuff other than the thing to pick up rocks, it, damages them faster. Okay. Yeah, I'm sure I'm going to have to do a lot of cleanup when he's done, but even if he gets, like, only 80% of the field, there's lots of gaps. As long as those gaps are easy for me to just go between, that still saves me a heck of a lot of time. Any more little trees at all? Nope, they're physically out of all little trees. Alright. I'm taking all the branches off is what I'm doing by tapping that aggressively. Can't see what I'm doing because of these bushes. That'll be another curiosity is later on figuring out. There's probably a tool I can use to just get rid of those bushes without a huge process. And I can get rid of all those bushes so when I have the road I don't have to like random bush sticking through the road or something. Oh yeah, the the Rual taps made me think that we do have new emotes that have been commissioned. They'll be a little while before they actually get here, but we do have brand new emotes coming to the channel. Because Twitch was kind enough that we got, I believe it was 21 new emote slots in this channel, of which like 17 of our stuff were animated emote slots. So I did commission the first batch, which is going to be 6. And when those are done, we'll get the next 6, and you get the idea. But it'll be a little bit before we get them, so I'm not going to give you any promises of when we're getting them. It does depend on the artist, when they have the availability and all that. I mean, they're working on them. I shouldn't say availability. It depends on when they get them done. I do have to respond to them. They had one question about one of my ideas, but all yards are like, yep, get it, we're ready to rock and roll. So it should be fun. I think people really like them. A bunch of them were pulled from the ideas we discussed on Discord, like a lot of them. But not all of them. There are some that were ideas that, you know, either me and Tomb discussed off stream kind of thing, or, you know, it was something I got an idea. Some of them were like I got ideas based on other things I had seen or people had mentioned and stuff like that. But a lot of them will be stuff that we did discuss on Discord. I can still take additional ideas for it because I'm commissioning them in, like, you know, 5, 6 at a time, that kind of thing. There's lots of time for more options to be brought in. I shouldn't be piling this side, but I am. We are very top heavy. Like, the wiggle is real. Any turning in the wiggle's real. Why are you skipping a gap? I don't understand. Like, it's not the end of the world. I just don't understand. I mean, it's fine that they do that. They'll finish the field, they'll have, like, all those gaps, and then I'll just take over and just do the little gaps they skipped, and it'll still be way faster than if I did that just by myself kind of thing. I just really don't get it. It might just be something that the AI is not well programmed to deal with tools that are off-center of the tractor kind of thing. Alright. There's another 360 bucks going to our employee. And a cool 2,000 bucks we made from the trees. So considering the last segment we paid him for was like right before I started cutting that tree down. Basically for that period of time I made a roughly $1,700 so far as the profit. This side's all done correctly. Yeah, so you can see here where things went wrong. So this is all done correctly. There's no gaps. And then we got a tree stump here. So we skipped the tree stump. So that's the reason that spot wasn't done. And that's put it like off center. So we got to skip here. And then it looks like it's all good here for a little while. And then I've got a tree stump here. So it's because he's skipping the tree stumps that things are getting like real wonky. Which you get, because in real life, you would definitely not want to run your farming equipment over some random tree stump. You know, unless it's specifically designed to get rid of tree stumps. You slid backwards like 10 feet? How does that work? There's a good chance after this tree, unless we're going to go back and fill in those gaps, they'll be like, I'm done. Which will be fine, because then I can take over, we can clean up the last of that field. And then I'll set them on the next field. Oh. I made it too long. I'm mostly trying to keep things going in-game today so that I can get the second payout from the greenhouses. And I figured we've already stripped this hill of most of its logs anyways, let's just finish it off. Alright. I made it slightly too long. It's 1 kilogram too heavy. And it's just a deal breaker. You go 1 kilogram too heavy and it's not possible. You just could not lift it. There's no way. 1 kilogram less, you're fine. A-okay. All day long, every day. But there's limits. There we go. I was trying to get it where it'd be more in the middle, but we'll see. And we're good. Definitely safe. All right. While we're back here, let's look at how much the log grinder costs. I'm not sure we can take the risk of buying it, because if I come up short for the harvester, like we're just screwed. Because that means I basically lose the crop and all the effort that went into them. Which is not actually screwed, it just means it's a waste of my time. We'll still get money from the greenhouse, we can just do the next crop or whatever. Let's take a quick peek at how much the harvester costs. Or not harvester, the stump grinder. So it's probably under forestry technology, I believe. Can transport, can transport, can transport. That's a forester mulcher. So that can remove stumps and bushes. So that's 24,000. Can pull wood out of... That's a winch. We don't need that. That's to plant trees. Yeah, so it looks like we have the... I thought there was a different thing for grinding stumps. I know we have the forester mulchers, but I thought there was one that you could come from above and grind it up. That may have been something I saw someone use that was modded or something. I do know the mulchers work. That's what we did a lot to get... That's like how we got rid of the stumps on Silver Forest or whatever. Which if I have to get that, that's fine. It means I'll have to wait till it's time to harvest that field. Like, we'll harvest the field, we'll turn around, we'll just grind up the stumps before we do the next... Before we do, like, the next, what's the words I'm looking for? The next seeding and all that, like when we go to clear it all. We'll mulch all the stumps out of it first. Why are you backing up that far? It is wholly not necessary. Yes, I think the goal for this in-game day is going to be to get that south field, get all the stones picked up from it. It'd be the big one there. Because it's not going to be too long before it gets dark in-game. Like, I know it's only about 3 p.m., but we've had it where it's like by 6 p.m. it's getting flashlights time. What is going on? Oh, you're just putting weird. And both for making it so it's not obnoxious to try and view, as well as just in general. I'm going to try to avoid having to be out super late in-game any day. Like, if we have, like, one particular day where things are running, like, that's fine. But I'm going to try to not deliberately invite us being out, you know, all night, every night in-game. Also, later on, if I do decide to process any trees, we'll just get equipment for it. Like, I might just get the one truck that just drives up to the bottom of it and just hacks the bottom off. And then drive it over to the sell point and just, you know... From there, we could go and start, like, hacking it to pieces and do whatever, because I just sit it on the sell point and do that. Or not. We could also just drop in a lumber mill or something, who knows. I don't anticipate doing very many big trees out there, but just like the little individual ones in the middle of the fields that are kind of in the way, we'll get rid of those because they're in the way. All right. Yeah, that's sound. Absolutely. No question about it. That is in there solid. Definitely don't call OSHA. You just waste their time. Oh, little top heavy there. A little bump and almost went right over. It's got a little wiggle wiggle. You got OSHA on speed dial because of Rual. Yeah, it was a spicy little turn down there. Yeah, so you can see the shadows are getting nice and long because the sun's already going down. That's not what I want. I want to do the straps. I wonder where this is supposed to take place, like, geographically. Now, we do have, like, snow and everything happening, but that during the winter it's already getting dark at, like, 3, 4 p.m. It's got to be pretty far north. Or I guess, I mean, it had to be pretty far north if winter happens in December. Otherwise, I have to be on south. Alright, so you've cost me about $1,000 so far. Are you at least making good progress there, friend? If you look at the map, I'm going to be unhappy with you. I could be unhappy. Not gonna say I'm thrilled. Alright, we push. Yeah, because I got 4 more trees after this one. And then physically I have nothing. I have no more trees I can cut down in this cell tile, whatever. At which point I might as well be in the tractor and keep the money. And I am planning, ultimately, we'll put our farmhouse up on this hill. Since we're taking the time to clear it, I'll put the farmhouse up there. We'll put, like, some other decorations or things that make sense to be near a farmhouse or whatever. But this will be, like, home will be the top of this hill. So, like, where this road cuts through, I'll put, like, a little driveway going up or something. That'll be till, like, way later, though. Like, right now, we need all of our money going to keeping the farm moving. But after a while, I'll be able to just cut loose a bunch of workers and we can start working on just whatever we feel like. Especially as we start getting big tractors where I could do like 15 meters all at the same time. But yeah, so with the Survivor Challenge, the rules we've got going on here, for those who didn't catch at the beginning, I started with the truck and the chainsaw, and then there's, that bus over there is a place you can sleep in, and that was it. Well, I mean, I technically already had the tile, too, because that's necessary to do literally anything. There's no contracts on the map, so I can't just contract. We're just here. There's no, like, existing fields that we can really take advantage of. Technically, there is an existing field. I think there's 2, actually. But you need all the equipment. That'd be way out of your budget. You start with no money. You're not allowed to take any loans. And you just got to try and, like, make it work. Come on, give me the, That's actually fine. So what it means is the early game, you end up taking your chainsaw, cutting up trees, hauling the logs back to sell, until you can get any type of income that you can renew, because these trees are one and done. Every time I cut down a tree, it's gone. I can't circle back for more money out of it. So that means I got to get something going. Which what we did is I got a hold of a water trailer and we set up some greenhouses, and then once we got those to sell a little bit, I got a vehicle so I could actually, or not a vehicle. I got a flatbed so I could actually deliver the mushrooms without being a pain. Because I actually built it and realized I couldn't pick up the mushrooms. Luckily, we had the flower place had also produced. And the flower place gave me enough money to get the flatbed to then turn around and be able to sell the mushrooms as well. Which is our primary income right now. I'm making about 20-ish, like 25,000 for a full delivery of mushrooms and flowers. And I can do one full delivery at the beginning of the day, and towards the end of the day I can get about like 70-80% of a delivery. I just realized I need to top off the water on those pretty soon. And the reason I haven't been picking up the mushrooms is I need to steal the tractor from the worker, and I want them to keep working on destoning the field. So we'll top off our water. We'll see how many pallets of mushrooms and flowers that you've got ready. If it's a pretty solid amount or near full, we'll take the tractor away, get rid of the hired help, go do the sale, and then I might just take over and clean up the disaster they're working on. At least they're making some kind of headway. It's a mess. It's not good, but it is going to ultimately save me some time. But yeah, so we started with that truck, the cell we're on, this bus, and a chainsaw. Which this bus has a nice wood fire stove, our mattress that you definitely don't want to actually sleep on if you value your health. What looks like a box of MREs. Just a work shelf. That's pretty much it. Let's see, how are we doing so far as crates? Ooh, you're almost full. Yeah, so top off the water, and then we'll steal the tractor. Yeah, the bed seems kind of sketched. It's like, yeah, that's the bed that if we were playing a survival game, you would sleep in that bed and you'd have bed bugs. You'd have difficulty sleeping, and you'd be itchy when you wake up and all that. Alright, so we're going to top off the water. Okay. Yeah, so it'll definitely be a thing that once we get the harvester all sorted, we need to get a better tractor. I'll get a bigger tractor to help with a lot of the stuff that we're having to, you know, compromise with the not quite as strong versions of tractors. And then let the AI deal with the other tractor just doing whatever cleanup I need done. All right. I, of course, started them on the largest field we had. But that's fine. Trying to see what they're doing over there, but doesn't look like I can quite see it. I think you're just too far away. Oh, no, there. Oh, that's my truck. Alright. Oh, you're way over there in the back corner. That's fine. So these, where you see the 4 crates out there, they can actually have up to 7 crates per building. Because each one of those crates is 1,000, they have it as like liters, but 1,000 liters. And then the building has storage for, I believe it's 2,000 liters inside. So the big thing is I don't want to accidentally overflow where it can no longer produce because there's nowhere to put it. So we're not that close to that being a risk. Alright, so this pickup of water should be enough to top off all of those. So I might just take over the stone pickup thing. We're just going to worry about that one field for right now. Because I'll go through the whole process to get that planted, then I'll go to the next field and I'll start removing the stone, put down the lime, and see how we're doing for time. And if I have time, then I'll put down like another crop that's for that month. Otherwise, I'll go to like the next month that can use the same harvester. So we can get like a little bit of variety, so I can get like the payday for the oats right away. Have another crop that's coming up shortly after, so we have a nice little rotation of crops. Yeah, I feel like I keep going back and forth. I feel like the next tile we get is the one over there that leads to that main road. That way we can attach the road cut across here. Then we get the one on this side, so we can kind of expand that way as well. We just kind of keep expanding around here. Alright, so we're up to 5 boxes. Top them all off. I'm stuck on the spigot here. Trying to force the back of this to turn. There we go. It is technically a thing that you can have these sell directly to the market where you don't have to pick up or anything. Maybe late game we end up doing that just for our own convenience, but it does cut into the amount of money they give you for it. There's like a delivery fee of sorts. Alright, so everything's full. We take this back off. We kill the power. Oh, sorry, kill the engine. Just let's start filling up kind of deal. So that way it's ready for the next in-game day. Let's go check on this worker and get rid of him. Okay, so now we're doing this. This part of the field seems absolutely fine. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the end, and we're going to turn around, like you're going to turn right, pick up one of these stripes, come back around, hit the next row here. Do that kind of thing, and just do laps. Get this cleaned up. Then we'll grab all those mushrooms and flowers and sell them. You're only at 27% with the stones. It's all looking like the same texture, so I'm not able to really tell what's happening with it. Yeah, so we've got those stripes over there. I had some over here. There we go. Alright. And you can turn off the stones and all that. Maybe super late game we do or don't, I don't know. I've always left it on. But I'm not super worried about one way or the other. It's just another thing to the process that slows it down. Yeah, so obviously the AI does not work around those stumps at all. That's what the AI was being so weird. You can see that little stump and be like, nope, can't. That's fine. Like, the next in-game day, there's really not a whole lot of reason for me to have the AI take over it. Because I only got 4 trees up there and technically a little tree down there, which, you know, that'd be a couple $1,000 or whatever. I only can afford the 1 tractor at the moment, so it's not like it frees me up to take another tractor to go work on stuff. Yeah, pulling up the stone will improve the yield of the field, and it'll prevent damage to my tools. So it is something I want to do. This is the smallest of the stone pickers. There's also things you could do to reduce your stone concerns as well. Like, I want to say if you use a cultivator instead of a plow, and then you use a rollers, you can get around the stones. But then you have to deal with more weeds. Just the cultivators are huge, so you can go way faster. Compared to, like, the plows and all that. All right. Again, this doesn't need to be absolutely perfect, but trying to keep it at least decent. Alright, so you cut here so you can come back in the other path. So good news, we're down just 2 or 3 stripes in the very end when we're done. So the AI did get us like 90% of the way there. We just got a little cleanup we've had to do. Considering this is a fairly narrow path on this thing, it's understandable it took the AI almost all day to do it. Alright. Yeah, there's another stump right there in the middle. So that's all I need to do, is I need to get the mulcher thing and go in and clean this up. Grind up all those stumps. But that'll be after we get the harvester. Where I know I have an extra spare 25,000 or whatever. There's a stone in a rock's field. Why would you do this? Why would you be throwing stones into the field? One good news is when it comes to putting down the lime, that is way less effort than this, because it covers this giant radius. That's actually the reason I spent the extra couple thousand on the fertilizer lime thing, is because, like, okay, I'm going to use the same one for almost ever. Let's spend the extra couple thousand, just give it a huge diameter or whatever. So we can get that knocked out in no time. Oh, right, we don't even plant tomorrow in-game. We plant the next in-game day. That's fine. Then I'll probably cut the AI loose on the field to the north. And then, like, once I knock down the last couple trees, we'll do that. Because I can't seed it till I believe it was March. We can put the oats down. We can put oats and or sunflowers. So I was thinking we'd start with the oats because it's the shortest growth period, so we'd put them down and get them back up as fast as possible. And then for like the next field, I would probably go and do the sunflowers because I'd already have the harvester and to get enough money to then get the front header that I need for the sunflowers. Okay, so it's not perfect, but we did clean up there. Let's get the last 2 or 3 rows on the edge. And then we could sell our mushrooms and our flowers to get our payout. And then our character goes to sleep, and then we sell our mushrooms and our flowers again in the morning. Top off the water. And we'll pick up our planter, bring the planter down, get the AI doing the next stone field, knock down those 4 trees. Then we'll take over from the AI and just keep all that going. Then we should begin to just about March to be able to turn around and get everything we need down. There's a good chance we might get the weeds to show back up. I'm really hoping that's not the case. Because if the weeds do grow back in, then you have to debate whether I need to get a thing for ripping up the weeds, or a plow. Like I take the plow and I replow the field, which would mean restoning it. I'd probably get the thing to get rid of the weeds. I'm willing to bet I can get one for fairly cheap. But then when March shows up, we can actually put the stuff in the ground, and that'll be good. Because that'll mean it'll be our first field done. We've got our 3. And then part of that will be getting more fields, as well as getting better tools to be able to get, you know, we get this thing where it's 3 times as wide or whatever, so I don't have to spend nearly as long doing this. Get the stump grinder, get rid of the stumps. Get the thing for putting down fertilizer, so when we get our payout at the other end, it's more. Get a bigger tractor. Possibly get some production stuff so that, like, if we're doing sunflowers, I can get like sunflower oil, or I actually don't know what oats you use for here. I assume they was go to a granary. You know, get corn, make cereal. Alright, that's the wage for the guy before we got him out of here. Alright, so we finished destoning the field. Let's grab our flatbed. Sell our mushrooms and our flowers. And the good news is it looks like I'll probably be able to do all 3 fields, and then I'll have to drop this off for getting rid of the stone. You can actually sell the stone, it's just not worth much. Like, we will sell the stone, but it's not worth much. That was, people were talking about ways you can make money in this game with next to nothing. They're like, hey, if you get up to the point that you can get a plow and a thing to pick up stones, congratulations, you can pick up stones. For, you know, 20 to 50 bucks a day or something like that. Alright. Also, when we harvest our first field, I'm going to go behind the greenhouses here and just the grass part, I'm going to make that level with the greenhouses because there's a little bump here. The stone part will still keep its incline. All right. And the last set, and let's make some money. Yeah, this might be about 24,000 again. All right. Plant the money trees, EC profit. I mean, you can. I just don't wanna sit there and deal with it. Yeah, the only mods I'm running is technically I should have the No Man's Land on there as well because that's the map. But the only functional mod in here is we have the autoloader. And it's honestly mostly in consideration to the mid game because otherwise what ends up happening is you'll notice just those 4 greenhouses are spitting out somewhere in the area of, let's see, it's 5 per greenhouse, so 20 per round. Somewhere in the ballpark of like 40 to 48 pallets per day. So you can only imagine having to sit there with a forklift and lift up 48 pallets every single day in game, how fast you'd get tired of that. That's the reason we're doing an autoloader. I know there'll be some people's like, no, that is easy mode. It's like, well, the alternative is I'd go to those buildings and say, don't make the pallets, just auto sell them, which would be arguably even more easy mode. And like I said, that might even be something that we end up doing in the super late game. Not super late game, but as we get later and I have more and more stuff I have to pick up every day. The 2 ways I can go with that is, one, once we get to the point I can't realistically get everything done that I need to in an in-game day, make a month last 2 in-game days. So, like, the production gets cut in half and all that. So there's just more time to get things done. Or the others you can turn on, like, auto sell. Which is just periodically through the day and be like, here's another $500 for the flowers you sold. But there's a big satisfaction in taking the prize you've produced at the end of the day and selling it. $26,000. Putting us right back up to 50. There's a chance I'll also be able to buy the rollers. We'll see about that one. The big thing is I got to make 100% sure we will have $100,000 by the time the crop comes up, just so I can get the harvester done. Now, if we're lucky, we'll just go to the store in game tomorrow and it'll be like the harvester 50% off because it's used. Which I find the used thing kind of interesting because when you buy it, it's used and then you can repair it. And the repair is definitely like, it used and repaired is always way, way, way less than the cost of the actual thing. The caveat is, my understanding is the older the device is, the faster it builds wear and tear in the game. So there is a point where you're like, hey, like if I actually pull up my vehicles, like you'll see that says, hey, you've had this vehicle for 5 months and that one's thing. So this one that I bought used is 36 months. And so those are all fine. But there will eventually be a point where it's like, it'll start putting it in red being like, hey, just so you know, you're going to be doing way more maintenance on this. It might be time to get rid of this. Oh, I need to get gas. That's fine. So what we'll do is we'll pick up, in the morning, we'll pick up our next round of sales. And I'll go and stop it by and top off the gas. Alright. And we go to sleep. At the incredibly late time of 5 p.m. Well, it's like 5:30. It's just starting to get dark. Nick say, hey, Rual, did you say that last night that the discount subscriptions still give you the full portion? Yes. So, like, if a sub costs you $5 normally, I would get $2.50 of that. Now, with the discount being 25% off, you'd pay, I don't want to do the math. You'd pay, what is it, like $3.75 or something like that? Whatever it ends up being. Yeah, $3.74. Okay. The $3.74. I still get $2.50. Twitch eats the gap. So very much like, if you're gonna be subbing to the channel anyways, you get a discount, and it's just as supportive of the channel. You're not, you know, cutting me out of the equation or like reducing my income or whatever. And then also with the bits when you give those away, if you give 300 bits or more, then Twitch will throw at least 10% more bits with that redeem. And it can go, I've seen, I think, up to 40%. So if you gave, we'll just say 10, or we'll say 1,000 bits just so it's a round number. You know, instead of 1,000 bits, I might get 1,400 bits. So pretty much the way to think of it is, it'll cost you either the same or less to do whatever you're going to do to support the channel, but the distance that support gets is more. Like, for your own money, you're getting more support to the channel. And that lasts through the end of the year. The big catch is it does not cover gifted subs until the 27th. Everything else, yes, but not gifty subs. Gifty subs, you gotta wait till the 27th. I'm not gonna complain about gifty subs, you just don't get the discount. Alright, so we're gonna top off the water. We'll drop off our mushrooms and our flowers. And then we'll check in these fields and see what's going on with those. And I'm probably going to focus on de-stoning the fields. And the reason I'm going to focus on that is we might get weeds in there. And so I don't want to get to the point of putting down the lime and everything else just to have to like rip it all back up and do it again. But if I do the stones, like, I'm at least getting the stone out of the ground, whatnot. We can see how that goes. And like I said, I can also check to see how much it costs me to get something for weed removal, because there is machines for that too. Which is another one of those things of, do I have the money to do that? Okay. And one of the other things that'll help is once we get our field set up, we're going to get a bigger water tank. And that should mean I shouldn't have to drive around as much, because I don't have to go back here to refill as often. It's also one of the things I'll probably look into it is can I add water storage onto the greenhouse? Like, could I put like a big water container on the greenhouse itself that, you know, I have to fill it up, but instead of filling it up, you know, once, like twice a day, instead I can go up and just fill it up like once every couple days or whatever. It just takes that much longer to go through. We'll see. I have no idea about that one way or the other. I'm sure there'll mods that'll do 90% of that stuff, but then, you know, the whole mod thing. I'm just not big on doing that many mods. All right. And we'll top them all off, collect all our goodies. All right. And I am noticing the flowers didn't quite get all 5 crates from the night sleep, which is fine. We're still getting a ton of money out of them. Like, this will definitely push us up to like 80,000 today. Alright, so we've got that. Let's go collect our pallets. All right. It is curious with these buildings, like how should you orient them? Because on one side you have the water on one side and the pickup on the other. So you wanted to have a bunch of them in a row. Like, what's the angle to turn them to be able to get at both things? It doesn't feel like there's an obvious answer. Like, if you put a much bigger gap, like the 2 mushroom ones on the far left, or on the far right here, are nice and easy. So I put the flower ones too close, which makes the last one really kind of snug. A little bit too much momentum. Maybe just long in rows. Yeah, and a big thing would be like put more gaps in between them, because then you can also do that, or like grid them out where they're farther spaced, and just you drive through one way to pick up, you drive through the other way to water. That said, I don't want to put a whole bunch of these. Like, they're fine. They're a little high maintenance so far as my time wise. But again, I could just sit there and tell them, hey, auto sell. And I do think I'll probably do that eventually, but right now I've got time. Alright, let's check to see if we have any weeds showing up in this field down here. I don't think we will, but I'm worried that's going to happen. Probably not this month, but the next month. What weeds do in this game is they hurt the yield of your crop. That basically you just get less money for your time. I also look forward to getting a bigger truck to move these, so that we don't have to go 15 miles an hour when we're delivering stuff. Get going like 30-something miles an hour at least. Like upper 20s, lower 30s. Get there twice as fast. Actually, I think the big old semis can go even like more like 50 or something. But those cost, I think the front half is like 100,000 and some change. And then the back half is also like another 50, 60 to 100,000. Can you drift in this? Sort of. You more roll over. I can't drift in this vehicle, but in the game you're capable of sort of drifting. But vehicles tend to just roll over when you do that. All right. So honestly, oh right, I need to. It's fine. We'll go backward. I was gonna say honestly, we could probably buy the harvester today and just leave it up here. Buy the header next, just to make sure we're good. And if I make enough money, then I'll buy the rollers, because the rollers I can use to farther improve the yield and reduce the weed concern. Okay, I need to go back up there for the cedar, and we need to get gas while we're up there, because I don't have enough gas to do another field. I was supposed to grab gas while I was up there, and I just forgot. Alright. Because then I get the stones going, we can throw those last 4 trees, well 5 trees, there's a little one over here. 6 trees, there's one over there as well. Throw those last couple of trees into the truck while we have the person picking up stones, yada yada yada. So drop that off. And later on we'll have better tractors that go faster. We'll also have better tractors that, like, I'll have different backs where I can put like all the front end pieces I need for doing the various fields. I can put them all on a truck, you know, drive them to the field. I'll have all of them there so I don't have to drive back and forth to the shop or anything like that. Just those early game woes. Alright, so bear with me, chat. While we're getting over here, I'm going to quickly grab myself a new drink, and I'll be right back. So thank you so much for tuning in. I'll be back in a moment. Okay. So we gotta get gas, we'll pick up our cedar, we'll buy the harvester while we're up here. I can drag the cedar back so we have that for in-game today, tomorrow. To get our first crop in the ground. Okay. Yeah, so we can go and we'll get the oats down tomorrow. And if we're able to make it happen, we'll try and get something else in the ground too. Probably the sunflowers. The downside is I believe the sunflowers require a planter, not a cedar. But we can see how we go with that. I didn't fill up my gas. We're gonna turn around, we're gonna do this, because I'm not gonna be able to finish what I'm doing. We turn around, fill up our gas. We want to buy the harvester, which is 75,000. We'll also check to see the discounts today, see if we get really lucky and one of the things we want / need is on discount. So if like the rollers are on a good discount, I could see buying that today. If the harvester is on discount, absolutely buying that, no question about it. If a header we need is on discount, we can grab that as well. Yeah, let's get over to the left side here so we can fill up the gas. We're going to worry about buying stuff later. Did you get gas? No, that's the reason I turned back around. It's like, crap, I didn't get the gas. So we're getting the gas right now. It's right over here that I get it. Alright, now I've got our gas. You really need to make gas happen. Yep. Alright, so you got any fancy discounts for me? It's the rollers. That's not the rollers, that's a shallow cultivator. And we already literally have that. Alright, so without further ado then, that is the cheapest harvester. We're gonna get it. There's nothing really changed about it. We can change the tire style, it doesn't really matter. But we're buying that harvester. So we do have our harvester. I can't buy the front part for it or anything, but that's the big scary expense that if I don't have that thing and a head to it, planting stuff does me no good. Because I get to watch all the sunflowers or oats or whatever grow, and then I get to watch it rot because it's stuck in the field, I don't have means of getting it. And unfortunately, like, your character can't go out there with like some hand snips and like cut them one by one or some other inefficient way of getting it. No harvester means no production. Alright. Those are some mighty fine fields, if I do say so myself. I think we put a third field up there, and then we won't go like the whole way over. We'll leave some room for adding some businesses along the main road. Well, processes, factories, whatever, places that use some of the goods. Yes, that's all fine for right now. I have a thing of seeds I tossed in here on accident. Cool. Hey, Italics! Thank you so much for the raid. I'm gonna get a shout out for Italics, please. I'd really do appreciate that. We can go ahead and get that. And what were we playing today? Sorry, I'm trying to watch for the... There we go. Because the shout out, I could usually peek and see what we were playing. What are we playing today? We're playing some... I don't know if it's Software Inc. or U-Boat, but has also played Tunnet recently. So if any of those games sound good, you know, you can find that over there. So good times with there. But thank you so much for the raid. Italics is absolutely a fantastic time to check out. So I highly, highly, highly would recommend doing so. So you should, you know, go over there, drop follow, all that good stuff. Also plays a whole bunch of fun games. U-Boat is very similar to Farming Simulator, just with torpedoes. Yeah, it's the same thing. You just have to deal with your seasonal sub problems. You know how it is. But welcome in, Raiders. I am Rual Storge. I do play a variety of games here on Twitch. Oh, and also, how was your stream, first of all? And then second of all, if you gotta like take care of any of your self-care kind of stuff, I understand. You're always welcome to stay around, but you know, don't feel obligated if you got stuff you gotta take care of. But how is your stream? I mean, I'm literally asking you a question, but like, how is your stream and all that kind of stuff? But for all those who did pop over with the raid, the question is, what was the best part of Italics' stream today? We sunk some Swedes and then felt bad, and then gave them some canned fish. Ah, excellent. As long as you gave them the canned fish at the end. Oh, I have to unfold you. And thank you so much for everyone who's giving all those follows and all that stuff. It all helps. I mean, thank you so much for following the channel. My brain is going between about 3 different things. It is what it is. But yeah, so for those popping in, I am Rual Storge. I do play a variety of games here on Twitch. I am most known for my exploits in Project Zomboid, which is I used to hold the world record for the highest kill count run ever streamed, 135,121 zombies killed on one character and one life on harder than apocalypse settings with no mods to change itemization or vehicles. That said, that record has been beaten, but I am a variety streamer. I do play a bunch of games. I play a lot of RimWorld on the channel, so settlement builders with all that chaos. I do play a decent amount of simulation like we're playing today, which is we are playing some Farming Simulator 22, doing the Survivorman challenge, which is we started the game, we had a chainsaw, a truck, and a dream. And no money. We're not allowed to take loans. We're not allowed to lease stuff. We're not allowed to sell the truck. And we just have to try and get it working. This is our second stream of it, and we are just getting our fields going. And if it looks like I don't have my hands on the wheel, that's because I have told the AI to take over with this. Just because I can. Actually, we're going to get out of here real fast. You do a better job, AI, than the last guy. Last guy, look, he tried. So we got all that. That said, we're doing pretty good. This is only the second stream. I've got 3 fields here. They don't have anything planted in them yet. That's what we're working on right now. Is I'm having Broski over there pick up all of our little pebbles and stones, and then I am going to put down some lime to change the acidity of the soil to be better suited. Yeah, don't ask what happened to the last guy. You know how it is. But we'll put down some lime, and then we'll go and plant. We're going to start with some oats just because they grow really fast, so we can get at least something out of our fields, and then we'll go to expand from there. My primary income right now is not trees. I have a set of greenhouses over there where I'm growing flowers and mushrooms, which are making me, honestly, what feels like a lot of money pretty quick. But, you know, I'm not going to complain. But I also play a whole bunch of other games. I play American Truck Simulator. I played, you know, City Skylines before the new one came out. Sadly, the new City Skylines crashes my entire computer, so sad panda. I have played, like, Software Inc. we did recently. We had a permadeath hard space shipwreck around we finally died in right near the end of the game, which is only mildly salty about. I see. Sow and oats. Loot alert. Yep. Yeah, no, it's good times. We try and have, like, fairly chill vibes. We hang out. Keep things fun. I just paid that person $77 to work in my field. Yeah, so lots of good times over here. And thank you so much for all of the follows. It's very generous of all of you. I really do appreciate it. But I tend to be a person who is informed about a whole lot of different weird things. Not actually weird, just unrelated things. ADHD brain be like that. When you hyper-focus, You learn entirely too much about something until you're no longer hyper-focused, and then you hyper-focus on something else. And so you can get a whole bunch of random, not necessarily useful facts. Like, for a random farming fact, and animal fact, when it comes to Africa, well, they have places where they gotta worry about elephants ruining their fields, showing up, stomping on stuff, eating stuff, causing general mayhem, and it's a bad time. So to the humane way they've been dealing with elephants lately is they put beehives on their fields. Because elephants really don't like bees. Like, super not fans of bees. So even if you just put up a speaker with the sound of bees, elephants are like, nah fam, I'm out. I don't want it. You can keep your farm. Which is just a fun thing. Apparently elephants, in some ways, I made it too heavy. We don't have the mod that makes you super strong, so my lifting limit is 200 kilograms. Now it's 209. But yeah, it's just kind of an interesting that apparently elephants actually have very sensitive skin about stuff like bees and that kind of stuff. There we go. Which I actually know that not by knowing a lot about farming, I actually know very little about farming. But rather, my wife works for a zoo. So I get to learn lots of random animal stuff from her. And thank you so much for all of those follows. Okay. And we have our totally, properly OSHA certified, safe load, nice balanced load of, in our charger, elephants, not the bees. Absolutely. We have definitely rolled this truck many times, because you notice any little course correction, we're doing a little wibble here. This one's not too bad. But we have two-wheeled and flat out just gone around a corner and just rolled over like 2-3 times. Because we're carrying about 1.8 tons of log on the back of our truck. Our good old 1984 pickup truck, complete with that horrific bronze that was all the rage in the 1980s, to hide the rust in the dirt by making your car look like rust and dirt. An attempt was made. I say this as someone who owned a Honda that had that horrible bronze. It's like baby barf vomit color. Baby barf carpet color. You're like, see, I can spill stuff and it doesn't stain. Right, but it looks terrible. But it doesn't stain. Right, but the problem is it looks terrible without the stain. Thank you for the follows, I really do appreciate it. Yeah, so we're just cutting down these last... I'm down to like my last couple of trees in the property for a little bit extra income. Well, I've got a worker taking care of that. Once we run out of trees, I'll take over for the workers so I don't have to pay them anymore. Because it's not... This game doesn't feature like where you hire someone to just be a farmhand on your farm forever. It's just, I have an immediate task I need someone to do. And then when the task is done, they leave. If it's ugly, no one cares if it gets ruined. I mean, that's basically the mindset, which, you know, fair enough. I definitely agree that it's much more difficult to get, like, a car that is, like, white or black. Because every speck of dirt will show up on it. You will take it to the car wash, or wash the car yourself, either or. You'll drive it off of it, and within 5 seconds, you're like, my car's dirty again, I don't understand. So, like, I can get behind that problem. But it's definitely one of those things you're like, this bronze color's just not my jam. Alright. Yeah, so the current games we got going on the channel, thanks for the follow, welcome to the stream. The current games we got going on the channel at the moment is, we're doing this run in Farm Simulator, doing this this challenge thing. We only started it yesterday. I've got a RimWorld colony that's going that we're doing an Arco Nexus run as a transhumanist tribe. So we have slow research speed, all that kind of stuff. Not a super sweaty difficulty. People wanted to see me finish a game. I said, what about Arco Nexus? Well, I mean, actually, we said, what about a techno-humanist tribe? And they said, okay, what ending are we doing? And we went Arco Nexus. So we're doing that. We're on our second reset now. But it's not one of the more challenging ones I've done. I usually have all sorts of ridiculous challenges, like 100% pollution on the tile, but I'm not allowed to make my people like immune to it or ship it off or whatever. I just have to like live with the pollution. Use the Pollux trees to get rid of it painfully slowly. We did all that. We did Coral Island recently. I did a playthrough of that, which is a slice of life / life sim game, so like Stardew Valley, but tropical, but oil spills. Hey, Night Dweller, how's it going? Alright, so if I cut this correctly, I can do this in just 2 logs. It's 372 kilograms, but if I don't cut it quite right and one of them's over 200, I gotta do it again. So I lean slightly to the right, because the base of it would be slightly heavier, and we got away with it. That's fine. Alright. And we are good. You can tell the truck is in great shape by the fact that I start. It makes a horrible scraping noise. The sign of quality. Alright, so you're making okay-ish progress. You missed a spot, but that's alright. That's because there's tree stumps in there and I don't have the tools to get rid of them, because the entire challenge is basically money starving ourselves. So if it's not critical, we don't get it. And for the moment, being able to grind up stumps is not critical. The next big investment I have on my list is the header for our harvester up there, so that when I do plant my stuff, I can make sure I can actually cash it out. Without the scraping, how do you tell it's running? I know, right? There's been a lot of games that maintenance is a problem. Like we did American Truck Simulator not too long ago, where I horribly trash fuel. Hey, Leafy Pew. But yeah, where we had sorry, I just recognized the name now. There's a lot of green names, but the horrible like scraping noise you hear, and it was just, you know, starting the truck is like, that's the happy sounds, and we have our everything's okay indicators on our dashboard on our truck. You know, the red means good. That's a sign things are a-okay. Alright. And how are we doing on our greenhouses? Oh, by the way, I should point out, because the things we got was we got the chainsaw of that truck, and this is our wonderful abode. This is where we sleep at night. Do you have to worry about gas costs in this? You do fill up your gas, but compared to all your other expenses, it's not that much. So you consider, like, this is a cheap truck, and it's $17,000. I want to say, like, a completely empty gas tank, we're probably talking maybe right around just over $100. Hey, FG, how's it going? Can I get a shout out for FG Squared, please? But, so gas costs are a thing, but when you're buying vehicles for hundreds of thousands of dollars, forking out a couple $100 in gas is a rounding error. But yeah, so this is where we sleep at night. We've got our nice wood fire stove here. We've got our MREs. We don't sleep on the bed. We don't... You don't sleep on that bed. We got our work table. I actually am not sure what that is down there. I can't quite see it. But yeah, so this is home. We sleep here at night. We had our truck you saw, the chainsaw, little Husqvarna chainsaw. Everything else we've had to earn through that. We've got our wonderful little flower greenhouses. These are our money makers right now. As we keep filling these up with water, they make nice little arrangement of flowers, and we also have ones, same idea, but mushrooms. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So we got our wonderful mushrooms here as well we're growing. That's where the real money's at. I also can't pick them up because that that pellet weighs 700 kilograms, or for those of us who use pounds, about 1,400 pounds and some change. Little over 1,400 pounds. So I have to get those. These ones I can pick up. Those are only 151 kilograms. Nice casual, just shy of, well, actually just over 300 pounds. So I guess the goal is something better before winter. Oh no, we're actually on the other side of winter. It's mostly the whole idea of this challenge is just to see like what you can make happen with the farm. Some people like said it going, hey, make $1 million, that kind of thing. Did I miss the shout out for FG? If I did, my bad. But for those who don't know FG Squared, absolutely fantastic content creator on the platform. Plays a whole range of games. Been doing a bunch of RimWorld lately. Been doing a boom rat challenge where they're trying to get 1,000 boom rats alive on the mount at the same time. Yes, there was a shout out. Okay, gotcha. Cool. I figured it happened. I was like, did I totally blank on it doing my little tour? But trying to do a challenge where they're trying to get 1,000 boom rats in a colony to kind of celebrate where we had the RimWorld hot potato. That there was, I believe that was one of her milestones, was to have, to have chat, like vote on a challenge, and that's what they voted. But also plays a whole variety of games. Has done American Truck Simulator, has done While the Iron's Hot recently. So good times over there. Definitely recommend. While the Iron's Hot is on my to-do list. We played the Next Fest demo way back and had a good time. And I've got a key for Dare Drop I need to do. But I've been kind of hyper-focusing. So, it happens. Alright. That might be too big a piece. Nah, it's just right. They're almost out of trees. The trees are how we made our early game money, by the way. At the beginning, we chose this plot because this hill has a decent number of trees. It's nowhere near like the one with the most trees or anything like that. But we used it to get ourselves, a little bit over like the 10,000s. Next log has to be shorter. That's at like right the max I can pick up. But we use that to get enough money to get a water tank and one greenhouse, and then use the greenhouse to help us fund a second greenhouse and then a fourth greenhouse. You get the idea. Did I just shove that right outside? Yes, I did. I see how this is. I could fit way more on here. We're just having a little game of shoving one log off using the other. That's fine. Don't worry about it. Card Jenga, basically. Boom Rats taught you a valuable lesson about forest fire breakpoints. Yeah, that was actually, we had a pretty bad fire in my RimWorld colony earlier today. We had a event in a completely overstocked break room with, or not break room, storage room with, almost nothing but Devil Strand and stuff like that in there. Luckily, we did manage to get together, but it was one of those cases where I couldn't tear down a wall in time because it was in a mountain. So we had to have people tank superheated air, which is never a good time. But we did manage to get under control, only losing a little bit of Devil Strand. Ooh, real wobbly on this one. Got a lot of wibble wobble. We're gonna take our corners nice and slow. As in the percent we're turning, not the speed we're turning, because we gotta go fast. You have almost 500 boom rats now, but many of them are starving because it turns out perimeter walls breaking their pathing AI and they can't graze properly, and I have no idea how to fix that today. I don't know. Because I haven't had to do the boom rats. I have run into that with, like, pigs and stuff, at which point, you know, that is unintended population control when all your animals start dying of starvation. Because I did get reminded today, because I was going, why do I have so many pigs? I have them set to slaughter. Yeah, pacifists won't slaughter your animals. In case anyone's wondering if they've forgotten, I've learned that lesson before, but I definitely forgot it because it's been forever since I've had a pacifist that takes care of my animals. And this is talking Rimworld, by the way. And I was sitting there going, my god, what's happening? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Alright. You have to be in the truck to turn it off. Okay. We're gonna try something. I'm gonna try and drop the tree on the truck for shenanigans. It went to the front. If you actually drop the tree on the back part, you can actually take the entire tree, even though I can't carry over 200 kilograms, and just, you know, carry along, strap it down, and drive with the entire tree, branches and all. It gets real wonky physics-wise. The game is definitely not a fan of you doing it. But it's fun shenanigans. I still want to cut it up on the other side to get maximum dollar. If you don't, you only get like $200 for the whole tree versus 1,800, give or take. Let's see. Right, normally you do not park a car next to the tree you're cutting down. No. Luckily, while this game does have damage to it, it's like wear and tear damage. You can drive into a wall at speed, and it doesn't seem to meaningfully do anything to the vehicle. I'm sure there's a mod that could fix that if you so desire for that to change. Because this game does have a pretty strong modding scene. I mean, we're on a modded map right now. We're on the map known as No Man's Land, which has basically almost nothing on it. Boom Boom Town Nodders? Nice. So, it's funny, my avatar in this game has been just the person wearing the beekeeper outfit for like ever, and I did just change it. So now it's just a person wearing, oh man, what was it, a beret? There, I wanted to off-center it slightly. Actually, I almost perfectly centered it. I was attempting to offset. Okay, let's try and do this again. Because we cut just perfectly, I can do 2 logs. Ah, it's too far to the left. I can already feel it's too far to the left. Nope, it's almost too far to the left, because 200 kilograms is the cutoff, and it was 198. I forgot there's the 2 little trees. I'll leave the little trees. I'm just taking a peek real fast to see if we've got a bunch of pallets building up yet. Nope, just 1 pallet, so we don't need to deal with the greenhouses yet. And we have deforested our hill. And then I plowed both of these fields, creating the... Oh, we were on 2 wheels there. We've got... actually, that guy's doing a pretty good job in that one. Much better than our last contracted AI person. The last contracted AI person had to go back in afterwards and, like, fix everything. Oh, if you want a fun surprise, there's a pothole on the right here that you can't see. So expect me to wipe out here, because I'm going to go find it. That's the little one. Here's the bad one. Okay, we're actually fine. I've rolled in that pothole like 5 or 6 times. It gets just enough air that if you're turning at all, you don't get back. Alright, I actually turned off the truck. Alright, so we're at the point of taking over the picking up the stone from our driver. Idea is the actual name sign is blown up. But yeah, so the plan we have for what we're doing with this layout right here is that we drive around real fast. So this is the only road that starts on the map right here. And so my intention is I'm going to put a bunch of the, like, processing, like, factories and businesses, like the cereal factory, along this road. We are going to have a bunch of, you know, farms back here. I'll have a road that cuts off of that road, goes right through here where we cleared this area, right along this rock in between these fields. That's why there's the big gap here. Over this hill, where we eat crap and drive over our field. It's great. And then we will turn left, have a road go up here to our greenhouses, straight on by. And that'll have a turn over here. That'll take you right past my water tower. We had to build all that stuff. We saved the money, made it happen. But for now, our truck is really not needed for anything for a while, because there's no more trees to load up, and I've got better vehicles for all the other things. So we'll park it there. And we will get into this tractor. And we've taken the driver that was working our field out, and we're taking over the job. Because there's no point in paying someone to do the thing. I can just go ahead and do myself for the time being. And it'll get that going. Now, the one problem we do have with the AI, you'll notice they missed a bunch of spots up here. Yeah, you see that little tree stump right there in the middle? The AI will avoid that, and that's because they couldn't get rid of the tree stumps. They don't have the tools yet. So I will have to fix those kind of spots where the AI has just, you know, kind of messed up the fields because they're trying to avoid running the equipment over tree stumps, like you would in real life, even though it doesn't really matter in this game. If the tree stump is too tall, it can be problematic where you bounce around, you get knocked to the side or whatever. But I was pretty careful about trying to cut them as low as I could. Now, I am trying to pick up all the stone today, and we're really hoping that tomorrow in game day, I will be able to put the, put her stuff down. Yeah, so that one might actually be a problem. Yeah, so that's what we worry about, is that stump's a little too high. But that's one of my next investments, is to get a, I didn't go far enough, to get a mulcher so I could just go over the tree stumps and be done with it. Will that fix it? There we go. Yeah, so I'll have to fix that row, but it's fine. But I can get a mulcher so I can grind up the stumps. I want to keep that rock there, but it really is going to be in the way. Yeah. I'll either keep the rock there and make the field a little shorter, is one of my options, or we'll break the rock up and just be rid of it. Because the AI, I won't be able to let the AI loose on the field. It'll be like, my path is blocked. And as a reminder for the regulars, we will be ending stream about half an hour earlier today. We still got a bit left to stream, but we will be ending about half an hour early. And that just basically boils down to super secret stuff. Redacted. We'll announce it later. You shame you can't move the rock? Yeah, there's probably a mod for it, because there always is. Tell us? No, classified. I will share when I am ready to announce it. It doesn't involve just me, so you know. You can't harvest rocks. So some rocks you can get, I forget what it's called, but you can get like a front loader, and it has a little spike on the end, and you put up the rock, and it just taps on the rock till it breaks it into little bits. It's got a name for it. I just can't remember what the name of it was. But you just roll up, and it just has a hydraulic spike. It just keeps tapping it again and again until it cracks the rock apart. Now, in real life, you'd have to, go break it in half, then go to the other side, break it in half again, and that kind of stuff. In this game, you just go, you tap on it, and it just explodes into little rock debris. That then I could use this to pick up, or other machines to do that. So that time I got pitched to the side because of that. Don't let that little teeny tiny tree trunk get in your way. Is there any tree trunks in the other one? Yeah, so you can, as a player, you can be smart about how you do this to try and be a bit more time efficient. The AI will, literally back out every single time. It'll do, this 10-point turn to get repositioned and lined up to the next spot. It's deeply upsetting. Yeah, let's fix the spot it missed. But if you got more stuff that you could do, turning to the AI, even if it's inefficient, it's fine. Well, that's my bad, lining that up terribly. Just gonna cut across this field too. Why not? Yeah, I think there's one tree stump, I think, on this side here on this field, then none of the others. I'm stuck at that, really? Come on. Alright. Don't. As bad as the AI is, you can't really trust other players either. This is true. I am having the worst time with this tree stump. Alright, come on. Really full beached? Alright, we'll lift it up. What is going on with you? Oh, I thought it was there was a nick off the top of it. So I lifted the whole thing up, which is why we're moving a bit easier, and it's not spinning anymore. I want to back it through my own field, but it's fine. It doesn't actually hurt anything. Not at this phase. Once the plants are growing, you don't want to back it through your own field. You'll trash all your crops. Yeah, the AI won't do stuff like drive through a fully grown field and just have a big path of dead crops through the middle of it. It just is inefficient and misses spots. They are, in fact, paid by the hour. Yeah, so that's sloppy. We'll just go back and fix it on the other side. Yeah. And the reason we're picking up the stones is these stones will trash your farm equipment over time if you just run it through it anyways, and it also hurts the yield of your crops as well. And this is the smallest, least effective stone picker-up thing, because we're pretty broke. And I need, I believe it's $20,000 or $30,000 by the time our crops grow to get the header for our harvester to do it. We're going to be doing oats and then switching over to whatever else afterwards. It's probably going to be oats, maybe sunflowers for the next field, and I haven't even looked at what I would consider for the third field. But the field on the far end there is the biggest field. This is the this field here is the second biggest, and that's the smallest field. Not that I was going out of my way to make them different sizes. I just tried to fit them in where I felt they would fit, and I could fit a road in between. Yeah, so after we do our first harvest on this field, I'm gonna get a like before I go and plow it and get all ready for another go, I'll get the mulcher to just chop up these stumps so we don't have it be a constant problem that the AI gets all angry about. I think the cheapest mulcher costs like 20,000 or something like that. And this is also a very, like, it's not a little tractor, but it's a fairly little tractor. This one's 100 horsepower. The other one we have over by the water tower there, that's only 25. So the 25 was enough to get us by for moving the water to the greenhouses. And it was really not adequate for bringing the flowers and the mushrooms, but we were able to, you know, fight with it to get a delivery through, which then gave us enough money to be able to buy this one, which is good enough for what we're doing. When I go to use the seeder, technically we don't have enough horsepower to use the seeder. It'll still work, it'll just, the tractor will go slow. Like, it won't work as well. But that's going to be just kind of the best we can do with what we got for right now. And then hopefully I'll be able to get enough money by the time we harvest that we can get a proper tractor. Well, honestly, not by the time we harvest, but the next time I have to go and seed a field, that will have something with a bit more horsepower. Put that money to good use and get ourselves something with like 300 or 400 horsepower, whatever we can make happen. That way we can get a bigger plow, a bigger stone pickup thing, and it'll make, like, when I go to do these fields, take a third as many passes. But one of the good things is as we get farther and farther along, I'll have more and more fields. So stuff like this that tends to be one of the slower tasks, I won't have to do as much myself. I can just drive a tractor up, go AI, this is a you problem, and walk away. And we can focus a lot more on, like, picking up the goods that we get to harvest. The harvest is the fun time, because like going through and just like watching the balers fill, not baler, watch the thing fill up and all that for sale. Hey, the troll, how's it going? And as a reminder, I am streaming on YouTube, Twitch, and TikTok. Twitch is my main platform, but I am on all the platforms, so if it ever seems like I'm talking to people who aren't there, I usually try to at least read, if not the whole comment, but like at least the most of it, just so people on a platform aren't missing out. I don't always remember, but I do try and keep up with that. Oh, come on. Alright, we'll pick it up. I'll fight it. Yeah, we'll definitely need to get the mulcher for the future fields. We're just... something's not right. You're going too fast. What's going on here? You're turned on, you're... no, it's fine. I was like, this isn't as slow as I expect. Don't. Well, that's anarchy. Have a good time, AI. It's very upsetting seeing what you're doing. But I want to go check out my greenhouses, do my top off of my water and all that. As you're just, you know, cutting diagonally across the field as your route. It's fine. I mean, I was the way it's facing. Alright, so they're about half out of water. We've got about 3 boxes. Let's go ahead and get these topped off and do a sale real fast. Yeah, this is my little 25 horsepower mower we got because it's all we could afford at the time. And this is about all it's good for. Because even just taking the flatbed with the produce on it, too heavy. It could technically move it, but it does get stuck on hills and requires a lot of finagling to get it to move at all. So we're taking the water from our water tower and topping off these. I don't know if that thing's course correcting to do straight lines or it's still doing diagonals. We'll figure it out. And I actually won't be able to do the sail right now because, like I said, this one isn't adequate to do that. It'll get stuck. And while I can get it to move, it takes like 15-20 minutes of just letting the tractor's tires spin and like slowly moving the thing behind you. It really is pretty appalling. So I need the other tractor for it, and it's currently busy picking up stones. Alright, let's top off our water real fast. Which just takes a minute here. What are you doing? It doesn't look like you're moving. Did he get to the end and said, "Job's done"? They'll do that sometimes. I have that happen a lot where they'll just be like, do one stripe, job's done. You're like, no. You did like 1/20th of a field, your job's not done. I'm pretty sure that's exactly what happened too. I'll deal with that in a minute. Takes a little while to fill up 8,000 liters from a faucet on a water tower. Just gonna slow down and top all of these off. And then the good news is I can set it to start refilling this. I don't have to stay at it. Like, we just park it, turn off the engine, set it to start refilling, and walk away, and it'll just take care of itself. Like, imagine if you're speedrunning, you'd have a lot of processes like that where you'd be like, okay, get the mower moving in a straight line, jump out of the mower, like, go off to the side, do the next thing, jump back over, like, a bunch of silly nonsense like that. Yeah, no, he totally finished. Like, he totally determined he was done with his job. So he did a stripe right through the middle of the field and then said, "Yep, good day's work right there." Actually, you know what I'm gonna do? Gonna back this up just... Nah, we'll keep going. I was say we'll just back this up real fast. Okay, AI, try again. We're along for the ride this time. Because this is the next thing to work on, and I don't need to sit here and just pilot the whole thing myself. And it is unfortunately a thing in the game. No, don't you back up. Here, I got you. I got you, friend. We're gonna go right over that little teeny tiny tree stump. I know it's scary. It's okay. We can do this. Alright, now you can take over again. I knew there was like one or two in that whole thing. Yeah, now we got Deborah at the helm. Deborah knows what she's doing. Deborah doesn't go, "Oh, the tiny little stick is scary." She knows what's up. She knows time is money. The way they turn around to me on this is so weird. Like that they back up first to do that. I mean, I guess it's to try and make it a more compact circle. Which, fair enough, I guess. But it's not necessary, so it's going to line up. They're going to back it up. Then they're going to lower it. And this is where I was talking about where they're just really inefficient. So it gets like exactly in position, lowers it, and then starts the next row. So you go, AI. So what I'm going to do is while this AI is doing... Well, actually, I'm going to wait till we get past the tree stump. Then I'm going to take 2 seconds to use the restroom after that. Because I need to use the restroom real fast. I'm going to just make sure Deborah here gets past that little tree stump. Because I'm not sure she actually will. I don't know if we're far enough away that it'll recognize that there's not a conflict. I'm also curious what she's going to do. Don't you back up. Keep going. You've got it. You're fine. She hesitated for a moment, but she kept going. She definitely wasn't sure. Made her a little uncomfortable, but she did power through. Better than Harold did. Harold went, it's too much, and then ran off into the wilderness. Alright, so it looks like we're good. I'm going to quickly use the restroom, and I'll be back in just a moment. So thank you again for tuning in, and I'll be back here in just a minute.
Kill them all.
Where did we get the kill them all sound effect from? I'm trying to remember what that's from. I know the hydrate one, you know, like, you know, take a sip. What's the worst that could happen? Is from Path of Exile Delirium when you're at the aqueducts, the blood aqueducts. Where you're like, nah, fam, not sipping the water. That is the you don't come back water. Sounds like Ultimatum Boy. It could be. It could be Ultimatum. I wouldn't be surprised if it's from Path of Exile. That's the thing. It's like it feels like Path of Exile, but I could not. I'm having difficulty picturing exactly who it was. Because there's the ones you always think of that are easy, like, you know, Still Sane Exile is Zana. Yeah, the Delirium one has like any of the ones that sounds like it's, you know, they are out to get you, and all those like other ones that mess with you. That's always Delirium. The line that still makes me feel the worst in Path of Exile is, it's not there anymore, I don't believe. It's after you defeat Cirrus, Zana's line when you get back to High. It's like, so you're done, right? You're not going back at the Atlas. And you're like, I'm just gonna be over here, getting more loot and killing things. And if people didn't catch that, why did you miss a spot? Why are you missing a spot? Deborah. We have to clean up after you. But if you didn't catch, like, I'm literally wearing a Path of Exile shirt right now as we're talking about it. It's actually on Steam. I believe it is my most played game, even over Project Zomboid, which I have like all the reputation around. I don't know what you're doing right now, Deborah, and it worries me. Oh, are you gonna go clean up that stripe? Okay, all right. My bad. What are you doing? Oh no, she is just lining up. She's just taking a lot more area to do it. Okay. All right. That said, chat, we are gonna stop Deborah here real fast. We're gonna kill the engine, and the reason is I do have to wrap just a little bit early today. I've got the redacted to deal with. So what I'm going to be doing here is I'm going to go find someone for us to drop a raid on and all that good stuff. So if you have enjoyed tonight's content, don't forget to drop a follow and all that good stuff. But in the meantime, what I'm going to go ahead and do is put us on the ending stream screen. And for all of you over there on YouTube land, don't forget to like and subscribe and all that kind of stuff. I will be back tomorrow. Yes, that is true. Tomorrow at 7 p.m. EST and all that good stuff. Wait. Redacted is tomorrow? Is Redacted tomorrow? I thought the Redacted was tonight. Okay, we don't need to end. At least that's what you DM'd me. Did I DM it wrong? I did DM it wrong. It's fine. We're good. My apologies. I am on the wrong schedule. I am a day ahead of time. We're not ending early. We still have another half hour. My bad. My apologies. I am sure other people involved are also going, what? This isn't what's supposed to be happening right now. Excellent. My bad. All right. Well, let me make sure I have all my windows going on all that. Did I catch that before I actually ended? Don't end yet. Okay, excellent. My bad. It's tomorrow. Time zones are hard. You're glad you're here? Yeah. I mean, worst case, what would have happened is it would have ended early tonight. And then, like, you know, DM'd, and you would have been like, that's the wrong day. And we would have just ended early tomorrow, too. We've been hearing about this Redacted every single day. Now it's Redacted +1 today. Not every single day. I was just warning people that I was going to end stream soon as that was agreed upon. It has been a thing that I did mention there was a Redacted thing a couple weeks after TwitchCon, but I didn't bring it up a bunch of times. But hey, it's been living rent-free in my brain. It's only fair that it has to live rent-free in your brain as well. Yeah, as a test run, I was making sure you're on your toes. So yeah, had this been the actual day we were ending early, we would have ended early at that point. Just making sure you understand how this works. Is we would have concluded, we would have done, you know, the outros and all that. We would have rated someone. You know how it is. Right, because you're starting late. For those who obviously didn't pick up the obvious thing here, is me and FG are talking. But I won't tell you about what. Because I feel like that's kind of obvious now. But you'll have to wait to see why we're talking. It's don't worry, we're collabing in Raid Shadow Legends. It's not a big deal. No, I'm teasing. I have no desire to ever do that. I don't blame anyone who does accept those, by the way. We've talked about it. Like it's games like that can be pretty bad. But at the same time, if someone is on that fence of, am I going to have power this month? I'm not going to blame someone for cashing out a little bit of money to keep the lights on. I mean, honestly, the ones who I've known who've taken it, they've been very open about that. They're like, hey, short this month, gotta make it happen. You know, help me out. Or like whatever the issue is. Like I've had like there was someone I knew who their computer was failing, and they're like I need extra money doing that. You knew Burke Black did raid to build his new studio? Yeah. Like, and that's kind of the thing. Like, I'm not gonna fault anyone for taking the money. Like, as long as it's not, like, they're doing stuff that's super over the top deceptive or something. But, which, like, I don't know anyone who's actually done that personally. Then, you know, hey, it is a job, you get paid. That said, I personally haven't taken those. But if that was, like, the make or break on whether I get to keep streaming, it's what you do. Now, I will say, the one that reached out, that it was a, I think it was a, action RPG that had an NFT marketplace, but it was like a collaborative, like, you worked as teams in action RPG, so it was like almost like an MMORPG kind of thing. And it was just kind of like, no, I'm sorry, I actually have very, very personal reservations about everything happening here. I am definitely one who does not want to support the idea that when I say you play games for money, it's that you get things in the game that you then sell for money as, like, the primary reason to play a game. Because do you know what is going to lead a game to being incredibly toxic, where everyone is min-maxing everything, and if you don't have the exact correct build, everyone will be awful? That's how you do it. That is how you make that a reality. Nah, I'm good. I am so far past good with that. Yeah, they're getting desperate though. Stream Elements even offered base pay this time. Yeah, that was one of the reasons I wasn't taking it as well. Like, one, I'm not down for the microtransaction heavy mobile games in general. I'm very not in that camp. But on top of that, even then, their sponsorships were also terrible within their own rights a lot of times. Because, like, most of the time, to peek behind the curtain on content creation, most of the time when you get reached out by a sponsor, usually what'll end up happening, and there's lots of like fuzziness around this. They'll be like, we want you to play our game for X amount of time for Y amount of money. And there can be a back and forth negotiation and all that, but it's like, you know, we want you to play the game for 2 hours for this rate. And that's either good or bad. Like, you'll either accept it or you won't. And sometimes they'll have extra asks like, hey, we would like you to do this in our game. Like, we have our new DLC. We want you to, you know, skip the intro to the game and do the DLC. You know, they'll often be like, hey, we want you to put out 2 tweets or 1 tweet, depending on what it is. But it's basically a flat rate thing of, you play the game for an hour or two, you tweet saying, hey, I'm gonna, you know, sponsored stream coming up this game, and then, you know, maybe tweet afterwards saying, hey, I had a good time, or like whatever. Like, you know, you reserve the right to use your own language and be honest about it and all that. Like, if I don't enjoy a game, I'm not gonna put a tweet out saying that was a great game. Like, you know, you can be honest and not be a jerk about it. Like, if a game is saying, hey, you know, there's this game, like, it's a bit on the slow side, but like, I liked the animations. So you can still say a positive thing about the game without lying and that kind of thing. Like, I haven't played a game that is complete. No, that's not true. There are very few games I've played that I could be like, there's nothing about this game that's good. I actually had a game that came to mind, which is the one it's the one that was like weaponized motion sickness, the game. Like, someone took the checklist and went, what can I do wrong? And then went down the list. And did it. Which, maybe if they fixed everything about the game, maybe there's something there. But as it was, it's like, but that wasn't sponsored. That was a Steam Next Fest, I believe. That they just gave out keys, if I remember correctly. But yeah. So it is a whole thing that you go behind there. POA Flickerstruck Slayer. That one can be rough. But no, we're talking way worse than that. There was a game, I mean, I don't mind saying the name, is Snowplow Simulator, I believe was the name of it, and maybe it's better now, but it was an outlier for how bad it was, like an extreme outlier. Like, it very genuinely felt like someone, you know, may have dated someone who has suffered from motion sickness one time and just got really burned and just really wanted to personally attack everyone with motion sickness. It was that bad. Like, I don't normally have motion sickness problems, and just playing it for a little bit is like, I don't feel good and I can't keep going. It was, like, you would take your shovel, and you'd go to, like, shovel the snow, and it wasn't just like you'd do an animation like that. It's like someone attached the camera to the handle, so you'd follow the shovel down into the snow, like, kind of doing this. Single time you picked up a thing of shovel, just watch your head go like this again and again. And you're just like, oh wow, I didn't realize shoveling snow was like such a roller coaster. And the game had like some sort of survival mechanics in the sense that you could get too cold and you could catch a cold and die, or like pass out or go to the hospital or whatever it was. I think like whatever the outcome was, you would get a cold. But it was like every 10 seconds the screen would very violently shake every single time. So you're sitting there watching your camera go like this, and if you take as much as a break, and you would just sit there, and it'd just be like, and you're just going, why is any of this the way it is? And there's also like something with the field of view that I don't know if it's like the field of view is too narrow or too wide. Like it was just a little off, so it had like a little bit of an uncanny valley feel of just, you couldn't quite put your finger on it. It's like something's not right with this camera. But yeah, no, it was, I tried to just do the tutorial of like scooping the snow out in front of your business. We didn't get to doing anything else. And I'm like, I don't feel good. I have to stop. It was so rough. And I actually left them with not a review like other people could see, like, you know, you give feedback and you're like, here is like the 30 things you need to change. It's like, you're straight up hurting people with this game. This is a long list. Like, you don't need the camera to follow the shovel. You just really don't. Like, I'm going to be looking at the ground to see where the shovel is. I can figure out that the shovel went into the snow and is now in my hands. Well, my shovel, which is in my hands. It's like, I don't understand adding survival mechanics to what is a basic simulation game. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Imagine House Flipper with survival mechanics, where, you know, it's snowing outside and you get too cold and you have to like go huddle up to like the oh, I'm forgetting what it's called. You fill them with oil. It's for heat. I mean, it's a heater. It's a heater. That's what it's called. You go to like the radiator style heater. That's what it is. Like that's filled with oil. Like you have to like go up and like do that next to it for 5 minutes every song. It felt like it was a thing you're gonna have to do that. I'm like, why? I like survival games. Those mechanics do not need to be in every game. It is not additive to every game. There are games that is not well suited. And like House Flipper style games and, you know, shoveling snow simulator, and you don't need survival mechanics where I gotta go like hunt for a burrito or something so I don't starve to death. Yeah, if you wanted that, you play The Long Dark. Exactly. If you want a survival game, play a survival game. And there are games that do benefit from it, to be clear. But imagine you're doing like a puzzle game. That like a click adventure puzzle game. So you're like going around, you find the MacGuffin, you stick it on the cork and it solves the day. And then you have to like constantly go back like every 5-10 minutes to go back to your house to go grab like a sandwich because someone decided hunger should be a mechanic. Chess Survival Edition. Right. You're playing chess, but every 2 minutes you have to stop what you're doing. The little timer keeps going. You have to stop what you're doing and, you know, go to like the mini fridge on the other side of the room, grab your food and drink. Or, you know, realistically, you'd have to farm your produce. And you'd have to pick it and then cook it and then run back. You mean that actually could be fun? Like, if they did it in the over-to-the-top meme way, yes. Like, not like serious survival, but just like a really silly, ridiculous thing. Like a plate-up style game where you just run up and you hold the button and you're chessing on the board. And then you have to like run over and like make the food happen, but there's like stuff in the way. You know, and of course you could like flip the table at the other person and they get mad and you don't get money for it or whatever. I could see that being fun. Like a very silly style survival thing. but almost all of them want like legitimate serious survival. There's just a lot of games that you feel like they have a perfectly good game and they bolted survival onto it for reasons, and you go, I don't understand. Overcooked Chess Edition? Yep. Like, that's honestly, we talked about earlier that Big Ambitions had an update. I think it was either today or yesterday. I haven't looked into it. It's supposed to be a pretty big update. But, I really like Big Ambitions. I could really do with it not having food. Like, it doesn't meaningfully feel like it adds anything to it. It just feels like early game, fine. But then you get later in the game, you're like, why do I have to run to the grocery store or stop by all the businesses nearby? You know, to eat constantly. And then you have to maintain your character's happiness, so you can turn it off. Yeah. You can turn it off, but it's just kind of one of those things that you scratch your head like, why is this a feature? Like, does this really add or does this really distract from your game? Your whole game is about taking over like this business empire. To making Manhattan, you know, your business. Jake here seems to know what's up. Oh. TikTok's doing that thing where it's like, you haven't been talking on TikTok forever. We're gonna kick you off stream. Yeah, I'm streaming. I'm not typing into chat. I'm not idle. Come on. I mean, I'm actually watching the AI do the field right now, so I guess I am kind of idle, but, you know. FT Score said, Alaskan Road Truckers has survival mechanics, but in that game it actually makes sense once you hit winter, since it has seasons. Yeah. I remember, from what I had heard from people, I didn't play it myself. I remember very mixed results from the people I'd heard who had played it. Like that there was some redeeming qualities for the game, but there's also a lot of jank in Alaskan Road Truckers. I don't know from personal experience. That was definitely what I had heard like secondhand from like 2 or 3 different people. That like it was fun, but there was stuff. Because that was one of the games I was looking at and kind of... Yeah, so it was very jank and had major bug blocking progression, but until then you had fun. Yeah, it's kind of what I got. So it was like looking promising, but they really needed to put a little bit more time into it, which is fine. I was under the impression it wasn't like fully released yet or whatever. I could be wrong. I have no idea. Which I can get down with some jank. I enjoy Kenshi, and Kenshi is a wonderful game that is straight up a jank factory. Like, it is a wonderful game, but you gotta be pretty tolerant of some jank to enjoy some Kenshi, because it gets wild. Most of jank's the fun kind of quirky kind. There is a couple things that Kenshi does that is the not so fun, like the pathing where you'll say, go over there, and you'll be dealing with some fight over here, and you'll be like, man, where's that 5th person I was waiting on? And you just look at the minimap and they're just doing this, running back and forth around the same corner, you know, until they literally start starving to death. And you're like, oh, thanks, man. Really helping the team on this one. Alright, so once we get the last of the stones picked up here, that'll be basically the last thing we do for this in-game day. How are we doing so far as our pickup here? That said, I would absolutely, like, if you're into the type of game that Kenshi is, I will absolutely recommend the game. It is straight up Jank City, but it is a gem of a game. And it's got a pretty good modding scene to it. It is an open world sandbox style game though, so if you're someone who you need the game to kind of give you like, hey, here's something to go work on, it'll leave you hanging. But if you're down to be like the way I usually end up choosing what I'm doing in Kenshi is I would start a run, and there would be some random faction would come by and wrong me, and then it would become my mission to like eliminate that faction or something like that, or eliminate the leader of the faction. You can't actually totally wipe out a faction, but like you'd have their empire group or whatever, the Holy Nation. That's the name of it. That's right, which are fanatics. And they would take you as a slave. You're like, you know what I'm doing? I'm taking this group out. This group here, they're the goal here. Or you'd run to cannibals and they attack you. It's like, no, you know what happened? The cannibals are getting wiped out. That's what we're doing. That is our agenda. Where you can also make a dust witch, which is a cactus sandwich, which the game says is one of like the worst imaginable foods ever. It has a pretty harsh description of it. Cactus sandwich sounds terrible. So then I assume you are doing more of your boom rats tonight then, FG? Or did you, yeah, the dust witch. Yeah. I think the game says like the leading cause of suicide in the desert or something like that was the dust witch. Give me the food cubes. Yeah, they got the food cubes. Which I want to say the food cubes, isn't that just like mashed, like crushed up berries or something like that? Or fruit? Came to get for the first thing you heard was a cactus sandwich. Yeah, Kenshi. You can get a dust witch. Rice and a Miku, if you remember correctly. Yeah. Kenji's a fun game. It's a post-apocalyptic game. It's a place of sadness. But, those are some of the fun games. And that one having survival mechanics makes 100% sense. To keep the pressure of making you have to get food. Even when sometimes you have to do it in ways that are definitely not in your character's long survival ideas. I'm just gonna go to the Holy Nation, go to one of their camps, and try and steal food from them, as they have all their really tough guards all over the place. You just hope you can run faster and loot on the run. It also has the exact same RimWorld thing where you can put all the cybernetic limbs on it to make your characters way stronger. The difference is in RimWorld you can say, hi, I would like to replace this leg with a cybernetic leg, and the game's like, cool. They don't let you do that in Kenshi until you've lost that leg. And people come up with some pretty horrific ways to relieve their people of limbs so that they can get better cybernetic limbs. Pretty awful ways. So I technically could, in-game today, put down the lime. And that is a gamble, though. And the reason why it's a gamble for me to put down the lime is if we have weeds grow the next in-game day, I'm going to want to get something to deal with the weeds. That said, it's going to take me like 30 seconds to do the lime. Not really. It's gonna be fast, though. Because where this thing does this little path that's like that wide, the lime is going to be where you can kind of see like there's almost a texture, like the right wheel is riding on that little texture. It's going to be like 3 or 4 of those wide. Kenji looks fun, but you're not sure you'd actually enjoy playing it. Nah, that's what I was saying, is it is a very jank game, so you have to have a very high jank tolerance. It is a game that will 100% just cheat you sometimes. Where are you going? Are you going to back up literally the entire way to do this line? Is that what I am witnessing right now? I'm pretty sure that's exactly what I'm witnessing. You're going to back up. No. Jake, buddy. I was on board. I was Team Jake there for a minute, but you lost me there at the end. You had a strong run, but you just choked at the finish line. But yeah, no, it is an open-ended game that doesn't really have a main objective. You got to make it what your own, so it's a sandbox. It did it the first time you left for the bathroom a while back. Excellent. At least they're consistent. But that'll be the last of the stone to pick up from the field. At which point I'm going to run the stone thing over. I can actually sell the stone. It's really not worth much. But we can run over there. I'm going to top off our gas because we're half down. We'll do a quick repair so we get, you know, the maximum horsepower out of this tractor and everything. But then it'll be time to check to see if we can top off our greenhouses, sell our product. And if so, it'll be time to advance to the next day. I might actually go a little bit long then, because I thought I was going to need to go short today. Might go a little bit long today. Because, you know, we have had a absolutely fantastic raid and all that kind of stuff. And I do really want to get some seeds down. We won't get to the point of being able to harvest them today. But it would be nice to get some seeds in the ground, all that kind of stuff. But we should be good, because what'll end up happening is the next in-game day, I already have all the equipment I need. Getting the rollers would be nice, but are not required to give me a better yield if we do get the rollers. But, you know, getting money versus getting more money, like you take what you can get when you're early on. Okay. But it is important to repair your stuff in this game. The game does a lot of really subtle stuff as your equipment gets worn out. The tractor, for example, its maximum horsepower will go down a little bit. Its gas efficiency will go down a little bit. It has like a lot of stuff around that. Its top speed can go down a little bit. For a lot of the stuff that harvests, it'll actually penalize the yield you get out of it. So you'll get slightly less. You get like a slightly less of the total profit you should have gotten as things wear out. It's to the thing, if you get like really big fields, it can potentially be in your interest to there you go. It can be in your best interest to go and repair mid thing. Yeah, so all that stone we picked up was worth $100. To be fair, we basically picked gravel out of a field and then just sold like a basket of gravel or whatever. Alright. That said, I never fix my paint jobs. Paint jobs are expensive, but I don't fix it because I actually like the tractors and all looking, you know, well used. When everything is clean and pristine, like this harvester here, it feels fake to me. It doesn't feel like it's real life, because, you know, real life, even though they are going to clean up their tools and all that afterwards, it's still going to get, you know, chipped up, dusted, scratched. You're not going to go and replace a harvester just because the, you know, the sheet metal on the outside of it's all dinged up and everything. Yeah, it's never going to get that pristine look ever again. Not unless someone's like going through and doing like a proper detail job where they're getting out like a little hand brush and like filling everything in, and come on, no one's going to do that. Not unless you're like putting in a museum to show off like the history of agriculture and how like this was, you know, this really old thing was there. And even then you probably wouldn't do it because you'll ruin the like the characteristic of the thing being there. Alright, so we're gonna get this back. So the next process would be to put down the lime. And I am definitely going back and forth whether we put down the lime right now. I meant to get gas and I didn't do it, but we're already back. It's fine. I'll have to sell the mushrooms and the flowers up there in a minute. I got plenty of gas for that. I mean, I have plenty of gas to put down the lime as well. It's hard not knowing when the weeds are going to come in, because these fields, I plowed them early. And if the weeds come in, I've got to do some weed combat. Which, ideally, I'd have enough money, I could just get the thing that we spray the weeds and they're gone. So we just, like, herbicide the weeds. And then go from there. I think we wait. That maybe we won't have much grow there because the city of the soil's wrong, because we haven't limed it. Because the lime is quick. Oh, I see what's going on here. I actually switched. To the tractor, so we went to detaching around the right thing. Alright. So we go ahead and get you again. And how are we doing here? So you're up to... We'll do the lime. The reason I'm doing the lime is I want to wait a little while longer to empty that out so I can get the one more box on each of them. So we'll let timing determine that we're going to do the lime. Oh, and by the way, our mower is really not that. The new update for Discord modal app is not good. Yeah, that's been my experience. Why are you drifting everywhere? I just need you to cooperate with me for a little bit here, okay? Yeah, no, I've had this weird thing where I will open the app and it'll be in a channel discussion, wherever you want to say. And then I will go and click to another channel I have a notification in or whatever. Oh, come on, please get over there. But and I'll go to the other channel and it'll still show me the discussion that was in the first channel, literally the same discussion. And I have to exit the entire way out to switch, and it's not always. But when it happens, it still takes the notification away from the channel I switched to. You can't see it, but I'm really fighting to get this thing to turn. It's really kind of just moving all over the place. I don't think my wheels are fully on the ground. As evidenced by over here, where I'm kind of getting shoved by this. But yeah, so what we're doing now is we're putting down lime. For those who don't know what this is about, you have to worry about your soil's acidity, the pH, and lime is one of the ways you adjust that pH. So you just kind of mix it in with your soil, and it will affect the acidity, make it more suited for what you're trying to grow. Alright. No problem, FG. Thank you for hanging out. Sorry about the mild panic I caused. Time is difficult. You're awake now and you weren't before, so that's good. It's like waking up to something exploding in the distance and well, I'm awake. I'm not happy about how it went, but silver linings and all that. I am fighting this so much all over the place. Yeah, we definitely need a better tractor for this. This is not adequate for this. I'm getting shoved by this everywhere. Yeah, we get up to a car crash out your window. And this doesn't need to be perfect, but it would be good if we could actually get it well set up. Oh, of course, we're going to split the difference. It's fine. We're going to worry about getting all the other fields sorted, and then we can do cleanup on the spots I missed kind of thing. Oh my god, please. I think it's basically this thing is so heavy that it's pushing down on the back of my tractor, and so the front tires aren't staying down. So I think I need to have a weight on this. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, so I think it's just too much weight on the back. But the good news is we are reducing that weight little by little. I forgot how fast you go through lime. The good news is you don't have to lime the field every harvest. Like, it's a fast process, but you know, you gotta buy the lime and all that. It's not like that expensive, all things considered. It's just another thing you have to do process-wise. Gonna fix it now. It's also good that the game, as far as I'm aware, doesn't have a thing where you can accidentally, like, over-lime the field, like, make it too acidic that you cause problems. This is so wasteful. Alright. Oh my god, please stop fighting me. Hey, Ultrasaurus, how's it going? Can I get a shout out for Ultrasaurus? Don't mind me, this tractor is definitely adequate for doing what we're doing. It's definitely not being thrown everywhere by this spreader. But oh, you're dropping a raid. That's what that's about. So thank you so much for the raid, Ultrasaurus. Welcome in Raiders. For those who don't know, Ultrasaurus, absolutely fantastic creator on the platform. Also plays simulation games like Farming Simulator 22, as well as like American Truck Simulator, Snow Runner, all that kind of stuff. So if you're looking for someone to check out some sim games, congratulations, you found a person in Ultrasaurus. So definitely check them out. And welcome in Raiders. Don't mind me. I am only being bullied by my, you know, lime slash fertilizer spreader. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So, if it does seem like I'm just all over the place, I think it's too heavy and it's pushing my front wheels off the ground because I don't have a weight. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. But we are doing some Survivorman challenge, which I might have the exacts of the challenge wrong. But we started with $0. We're not allowed to take loans. We're not allowed to lease stuff. I'm not allowed to sell my truck. We just had a truck, a chainsaw, and a dream. And we're making a farm happen. And it's going pretty good. As you can see, I have an inadequate tractor, yet we do have fields going down, and the next in-game month we will be putting some oats down, and it'll be our first actual harvest. I am fighting this poor trailer so badly. Like, that's the reason I'm all over the place. I'm just getting ping-ponged everywhere. But yeah, it's been going really good. It's actually been going a lot smoother. We put up the greenhouses. I underestimated how incredibly lucrative greenhouses are. Like, those things are pumping out almost $30,000-$40,000 a month for the 4 of them. Wait, you can't take loans? You're out. It feels like, come on, you can do it. Like, you could get a good example of how much you could watch those tires move and how much I'm getting just bullied around by this thing. Oh, I turned them off early. It's fine. Ultra is known as the Lone Ranger. Yeah, so it is definitely, you make do. So, like, if you actually look under my little water tower, you'll see a little teeny tiny tractor over there. If you ever want to know, that little 25 horsepower tractor, not the best at bringing a a flatbed with, what was it, like 14, 15 tons of mushrooms and flowers on it. Not the best at it. It can work at it if you really want to wiggle. We are going to be planting oats, mostly because it's the first option I have. So, stop fighting, stop. Okay, come on. I'm hoping I can get to this field without having to buy more lime, but I have a bad feeling I'm going to be buying more lime. But yeah, so we're going to be planting oats is the first one. I might try to make sunflowers also happen. We'll see when we get there. We don't have all the equipment we want. I actually do already have the harvester at the shop. I don't have the header for it. We can't afford it. I don't have the rollers though. My hope is I'm going to be planting the oats the next in-game day, because that's the start of their season. My hope is I will be able to make enough money to get the roller so I can plant everything and roller it. If not, you know, we'll just accept they're going to get a little bit less yield. It's fine. We don't have, like, the fertilizer. We don't have the weed fighting and everything. I mean, the fertilizer would be doable if we really wanted. If it's necessary. That rock is not the best place. But yeah, so we've been doing pretty good. We wiped out most of the trees. I mean, yeah, we basically wiped out the trees on that hill. Oh, and that burnt out bus, that's where we sleep. We got that too. That was when we were given to start. Just so you know, I didn't have to sit there and wait for time to pass. I'm trying to straighten this out, by the way, so it's not as wasteful, but it's not going well. Like, I was gonna say I need to put a... Oh, I can't put a weight on it. This one doesn't have a front attachment. Yeah, so literally we're being hurt by the fact that we have this tractor, and this tractor is not the right choice for this job. But this tractor has carried us through everything else, and it's what we have, and $13,000 is not enough for another tractor. Come on, you can get to the other side. 6%, we can do this. 5%, come on, we can get to the other side. Don't end like 2 feet from the end just to hurt me on the inside. 4%, it's going to have a spot we're going to miss here because it's not quite wide enough. 3%. I made it worse by swinging too far to that way because it's fighting me every bit of it. This is awful. I've ruined everything. Christmas is canceled. I'm sorry. It's just the way it is. All right, we're gonna go back. We're gonna touch this up. If I hadn't waffled that so bad. And spent. That's fine. They'll have to do. I'm not doing an entire trip of picking up more lime for that strip in the middle. That'll do, donkey. Yeah, so the plan is I'm going to be putting a road through here. Like through the middle here along this rock. It'll go to the main drag there. For those who don't know No Man's Land map, it's a modded map. That basically, if we zoom out real fast... Of course, you're going to save. If we zoom out real fast, there is a whole lot of bumpkus on this map. A whole lot of bumpkus. There's a field here, and then you got sell point and all that. So you make this map what you want to make of it. So it is truly make whatever you want. So these fields we have plowed ourselves. They're near perfect. It did take a lot of effort. Alright, so let's drop this off, and now I should be able to pick up from our greenhouses. Considering the tractor lifted up when I did that. Alright. And that's good, because it's going to be dark soon, and tomorrow is planting day. Modded greenhouse? The greenhouses are part of the No Man's Land. It's part of the map. I believe it works the same as the small greenhouse, like the regular one. I could be wrong, though, because I haven't built them very often. I also desperately need to get gas. So we're going to get our fancy mushrooms. Yeah, and the only mod I am running other than the map itself is the autoloader. Because mid to late game without the autoloader is not something I want to do. I just really don't want to do mid to late game autoloader. Alright, Ultrasource, you have a good one. Thank you so much for stopping by. And thank you so much for the raid. And welcome in, Raiders. Yeah, so we're going to go along. We've had 2 really generous raids tonight, and I thought I had to end early and realized I was a day ahead of time. So now we're going to go to the other extreme because why wouldn't I? There's so many wonderful people here. Yeah, that poor little tractor pulled this the first time, and it was bad times. We were successful, but it took 15-20 minutes of tweaking and finagling and praying and all that. And again, Ultrasource, fantastic content creator. Definitely check them out. Italics, fantastic content creator. Check them out. Very different content they covered, the 2 of those. But, no matter what you're looking for, one of the 2 of them's got you covered. But yeah, so today on stream we did our transhumanist Rimworld run that we're doing an Arco Nexus run that we're in the 2nd phase of. Started that out, that went swimmingly. And then I started this challenge yesterday on stream, and I was just having a good time. It's like, you know what we're doing, chat? More. So, we're doing more. And this is going much better, where I'm actually doing a harder version of this challenge off stream with the intent of making it into a YouTube video, where I also have a rule that I'm only allowed to buy used equipment, which means if they don't give me anything I want or need, guess what? I don't get it. So, we just have to hope. I actually, to give you an idea, to deal with that, I actually got, like, notes here, you won't be able to see them, of, like, all the different things I could do to, like, start up making money and how much total money I have to get that thing off the ground. So there has been a lot of figuring that out, because I started one attempt, and I decided I was going to start with some beehives. That character in that game is technically, like, 38 years old. Like, in-game 38 years. Because beehives pay, like, $50 a month. So it takes 100-something months for them to pay for themselves. In case anyone wants to do the math, I don't recommend trying to use beehives for that. But I started a new one that we didn't do that. Let's see, the tractors always have a place here because it's just the right size to fit between the two greenhouses. Oh yeah, no, that's the thing. A lot of these tractors, I don't see a reason to sell them back. Like, this is a tractor I can go, okay, you know, here AI, here's go plow a field, or like whatever I have the horsepower. Like, you go deal with that, I'll take the big fancy tractor, and I'll do my thing over here. I don't care that you're less efficient about it because you're using the little tractor. You know, it won't be till like later on that we start getting like the tiny little tractors and being like, alright, maybe I don't need these anymore. But we don't realize is what I've got in the back of this tractor right now is about $24,000. I believe. I can actually, like, the prices adjust, but it's in the ballpark of about $24,000. Alright. 26. Should buy sheds later. Pull all the old tractors away. Yeah. Well, that's, eventually I'm gonna make, like, sheds or garages or whatever to put my equipment in. And it'll be spread around the map a little bit. So that way I don't have to, like, go hunting things down. I'll be like, okay, I'm gonna be dealing with this field. We're gonna go deal with that. Like, honestly, the horsepower in this tractor isn't that bad. I forgot to get the gas. Thank you. Yeah, everyone's like, get gas, because I keep doing this where I drive up, I finish the thing, and I turn around and head out, and I get about 2/3 the way back, and like, oh crap, I needed gas. But you know, you're kind of already farther than it really makes sense to turn around and do it. Yes, let's go get our gas, which is right here. What map is this? This is a modded map called No Man's Land. It's kind of a classic for Farm Sim. That if you're looking for a map where you get to make the map whatever you want, that's what this map is. You just got this little shop up here with a gas station. There's a repair spot right inside there. You sell the stuff right here at that building, and I think that's animal products over there in the thing. No Man's Land. So like land not owned by anyone, no man's land. Hey, I can actually see, because like normally when I drive out here, because there's no lights at all, when it gets to be dark and you're trying to go by your headlights and it's just blackness everywhere, like this isn't bad yet, but it'll get there. It's like, well, let's look at the mini-map and see if I can't figure my way home. But since we just did the lime in those fields, they stand out pretty well. I actually think if I drive over those fields with the planter, if they do get weeds, I believe the planter will get rid of the weeds. Like, just kind of mulch them down kind of thing. But I will have to circle back and, like, roller them or whatever. I think we'll be good for the roller, because I want to say the oats take 4 in-game months to grow, which is 4 in-game days. It's either 3 or 4. We can check real fast. So oats. We're planting it in March. So 1, 2, 3, and then the 4th. Yeah, so that'll be fine. But I'm kind of feeling like if I can make it happen, we'll do like oats, and then we'll potentially also get maybe like corn and sunflowers. Now the corn and the sunflowers, those require a different header and a different... They'll need a planter, not a seeder. But that's honestly not that big a deal to me. Alright. I'm gonna leave you right there. And it's time to go back to our wonderful, glorious home. So, I've given the tour a couple times today, but I'll do it again. We've got our wonderful, wonderful bus here. Absolutely fantastic. Highly recommend it. This is the truck we started with, and one of my rules is I'm not allowed to sell the truck because that's just too easy to get money. But we've got our wonderful wood fire stove. Love to see it. We've got our bed. We don't sleep in that. It's not safe. We've got our box of MREs in the back there. And a little workbench. You know, there's no actual seat here. You don't get to sit down, and you really don't want to sit on that bed. That bed, just trust me. It's a bed that bites back. So we're definitely not sleeping in the bed. It looks so comfy. Uh-huh. We can go with that. All right. Don't have weeds, don't have weeds, don't have weeds. Yes. I was really worried that he's going to have weeds. It is time for planting. All right. So I think the order of operations is first. Oh, those actually don't have much at them. All right. We'll just leave that there for now. We get our planter. Big field's going to be oats. And we're already set to oats. And I'm just going to plop the person down here and start them seeding. And we'll have the AI take over from there, while we go figure other things out. So get you started on a path. Have at it, AI. It's all you, buddy. You got it, Carl. You're better than Dave. You'll see this through to the end, I'm sure. What the heck was I gonna do? I still can't pick up that seed bag. So I don't need to do with that. Right, I need to top off the water on those. Don't mind me. It takes a moment for this tractor to start. It's fine. Okay. So the good news is those greenhouses aren't full yet, so I don't need that tractor yet. The bad news is that tractor there, like, there's still tree stumps in those fields, so the AI will struggle real hard with that. So I don't really want to leave the AI doing that very long. But for the moment, I just really want to get these topped off so they're still producing, because they will need that money. The other thing I could do is I could potentially... Nah, let's not run up and grab... I was going to grab the header for the header for my harvester right away. But what I could potentially do is we could switch back and forth with that tractor. I can go and pick up a planter. Because if I pick up a planter, I can plant corn and I can plant... Well, I can't plant corn yet, it's not in season, but I can plant the sunflowers. And we'll just check to see if there's anything else I can plant, because I want a variety. So that stuff comes in at different times and all that. Yeah, so they went about halfway up and he found a stump and he stopped. But I'll just let him get as much as he can and we'll just clean up his mess afterwards. And the other thing we'll want to do is we'll want to try and get the mulcher thing once we get the fields harvested. It'll also be good because by the time I get the first harvest up, we should have enough money that I can probably get ourselves a bigger tractor, which will make our lives easier. And then after I get a bigger tractor, I can get like a nice wide plow so I can go through, like when I go to clean up my fields, it goes way faster. We can go and get like a much bigger seeder, a much bigger planter, start working on all that. We can get better header for our harvester so we can, again, have to do way less passes. Will honestly probably be good to set up another on our tile, which I think my plan is, I think I'm going to take the tile over there first, by where the road is. So that we can, you know, keep that going. So I could actually, like, attach this, have a road that we follow. Alright, so still... like 5,000 in there. Yeah, so these things take up 500 liters. Yeah, and that's the thing. The problem with the stump grinders, I gotta wait till we harvest. That's the issue. If they start stump grinding in the middle of the field, I mean, I could go in. If I start stump grinding in the middle of the field, I have a big chunk of the field out of there. But I do agree that once we get the harvest up, before I put anything else down, we're gonna stump grind all the trunks out. Because I thought there was a smaller stump grinder. Like I have the mulcher ones you can buy, but I thought there was something you could literally put in the back of a tractor and just roll up, and it just kind of like goes straight down and pulls it up. Yeah, so we'll have to do cleanup. Because I believe if I stump grind, it'll effectively reset it back to, like, cultivated/mulched phase. Or, no, cultivated/plowed phase, I think, is how that works, if my memory serves me correctly. Just takes a minute to fill this thing up. Yeah, so they're getting that done. And we could probably buy... I keep going back and forth if I wanna buy the header for the harvester right away, which I don't need to. Or the rollers, because I don't have rollers yet. And I probably want to get the rollers after they plant that to deal with that. Oh, and the planter, that's right, because I wanted to put down the sunflowers as well, again to just have more crop variety. So that way, like, I've got that field, you know, going. We've got another field for the sunflowers going. So that way, you know, I have different harvest times and all that, so it's not just 1 month of do everything and then just fast forward, like we get a little bit each day to work on. Okay, and the last one. Yeah, he seems to be doing pretty okay. Alright. And we're good. All the greenhouses are full. Now, if we're to use the forestry mod, there's a whole thing where you can just go up and you just keep hacking the stumps down, and once they're small enough, they disappear from existence. So it's like a workaround where you don't have to deal with it. But we're, like I said, the only mod we're using is the autoloader mod and nothing else. Just because mid to late game gets real obnoxious without it. Alright. Let's take a look-see. See if maybe I forgot some stump grinder. Because if we look under the forestry tech down here, the cheapest thing we've got here... Actually, I think there's one cheaper way over here on the right. Yeah. We've got this thing, which is what that is. It can grind up stumps and all that. But I could have sworn there was something you attached that looked kind of like one of these kind of things. I mean, that is literally a forest mulcher. But it's just kind of a little thing that like, oh, here it is. This machine grinds down tree stumps. That is it. I didn't think it was that much. But that is what I'm thinking. Because you just go down there, you pull it over the thing, and it just grinds and destroys it. Alright, I mean, that is what we're looking for. It's more than I wanted to spend. You only require 90 horsepower, so we could definitely do that. We'll end up buying that, but we're going to wait and see on it. Alright. And we're going to take over for the AI for right now. Oh, is this not able to actually handle this? That's right. This is not quite what we needed so far as horsepower, like right on the edge of this thing's capabilities. Because this requires 125 and we're at 100 horsepower. Again, just making do as best we can. All right. So yeah, so it's going to take the AI a while to do it. And I can't really afford to get another tractor. Like, I could get another of the same tractor, but that doesn't do me any good. I need something with more horsepower, which is going to cost us more money. And I get the stump grinder, but I got to use this tractor for the stump grinder as well. Like, I could go pick up the stump grinder with the little tractor and bring it over, but at 90 horsepower, this is the one that's going to have to do the actual work. Alright, so we went ahead and got past that stump. I may just go get the stump grinder. We'll finish this row. We'll go grab the stump grinder real fast. That way the AI can actually do their job. The catch is going to be real hard to see the stumps at the moment. We'll also see how badly it messes up this field when I do it. All right. So yeah, we'll definitely want to give the AI the hand of dealing with this. So they can just take their sweet time about it. We won't have to worry about it. The AI will be able to like manage the speed to be more consistent, I believe. Yeah, so let's go get that stump grinder real fast and see what we can make happen with that. I wanted to hold off so I can get the rollers, but I think this is going to be one of those jobs I'm going to need the AI to deal with a lot of it. Just for patience sake. The good news is once we get this first harvest, we'll be in good shape and be able to get like a proper, maybe not like the best large mower or anything like that, but a proper mower with like probably 300 plus horsepower. Or like at a minimum, choose one of the really high horsepower ones and then choose the smaller engine, like do the downgrade on it. That way we can upgrade to that engine later. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I think the goal is I want to get that field planted. I think that's my goal for the night. I want to get that field planted. So that's one less thing you got to worry about next time. I should have plenty of money for the harvester. I got 4 months to get it, and we're getting plenty from the mushrooms and all that. Oh, I should also check to see what's on sale. Anything good on sale? I mean, yes. Oh, you do both? Why? So you require 580 horsepower. I'm pretty sure we can't handle it. You're 100. Yeah, we can't handle it. So as nice as that is, at a discount and all that, we just can't do it. So we have this tractor, which is out, like all those are out of range. All right, so we're not doing that. We will go to the forestry. We will get this thing, which is a machine for grinding down stumps. All right. And that requires 90 horsepower, and I have 100, so we should be good. Okay, I don't know how much I have to worry about how it works. Oh, I see. I don't know how much effort I'll have to put into actually making that work. I'm hoping I'll just be able to roll over it and it'll just knock the stump out without ruining the whole field or anything like that. We'll see. We're going to try and do a quick spot check, get all the stumps we can out of the fields, and go from there. I'm not going to worry about all the ones in the hill. I just want to get this... Well, actually, we're going to worry about the big field. We're not going to worry about all the other fields. We're going to worry about the field that we're already planting. We're just going to deal with the stumps here, and that's it. Unfortunately, they're really hard to see. I'm pretty sure there's more than one. I think there's another one over by where that one tree is standing alone. I think there's another one over there. So let's deal with this one. Oh, that works really well. Okay, I'm happy we got this. That'll be way better to deal with than the mulcher. It just kind of poofs the stumps. Are you stump over there? Okay, so we got a stump here. I don't think it actually matters if I drive through the crop right now, but I'm still going to go around. There's a stump. Take a quick look around here. There's a stump. Okay, so we can get this planting. Again here in a minute. We're just going to do one last pass in this end to make sure we're not missing any more stumps. Please do our best. There's a good chance I'll have missed one or two. If so, it is what it is. We just go in and clean it up afterwards. So I know I'm going to need this again. So rather than driving it the whole way... Well, I mean, actually, right here. I'm going to just drive it over here to this hill. We're going to drop it off on the hill. I thought I had adjusted it so it wasn't that bad. But, I could probably go in later and deal with the draw distance, see if there's stuff going on. Yeah, the draw distance is pretty short. I don't feel like that was the thing we ran into before. So, I don't know if, like, I accidentally changed a setting that I didn't notice or something like that happened. Unfortunately, it's one of those games that when you're in the game, if you want to change your settings, you can't change the meaningful graphic settings without going out of, like, your save back to the main screen. Which, honestly, in games does annoy me when that's a thing. Trying to get us back at 90 degrees. Yeah, so when the AI takes over it, they're staying at a constant speed for the most part. So they do, like, the AI has the magic touch to make it work better for driving. The AI can work on that. Let's see how we're doing over here. Yeah, I'll definitely want to go and just roll around here and pop up all these tree stumps. I'm actually very happy with that tool. I was worried it was going to be a lot more of a pain, but it's not too bad. I can go and get these two trees that are bunched up here as well. They're small trees, so I can carry them pretty easy. Now we've got another one over here. I believe those are the last two trees in the property. At least that I care about. Because this is a little annoying when I gotta turn around. Later on, I'll actually put, like, roads with turnaround points and everything we'll figure out to make it look kind of nice. I'm just gonna leave these in the truck. We'll put them in the truck and we'll leave them. There's no point in me driving them all the way back for like $40. Okay, you're still turning around. I thought it was parked over there. Well, I'm up for some science. This should not even remotely be able to run that that stump grinder, but while that other tractor's doing its thing, let's just see what happens. My assumption is it'll run horrifically, but if it works, that's good enough. Because then we can clean up the other fields while that's going and doing its thing. All right. Hmm. I'm seeing a problem. I'm seeing a little bit of a problem here. Wait. Problem solved. You just gotta scrape it on the ground, that's all. Aw, that's fine, that's fair. Let me go put it away over here then. I figured that was gonna be the case, but I hadn't tried using something that I was just not even remotely able to do. Like that's totally fair because was I gonna do like massage my way through the log or something like that? Alright, so we do have a bunch of these almost ready for pickup. Alright. Yeah, we definitely want to get another tractor at some point. Some point soon. Because we've got a person trying their best right here. They are getting it planted, so that's all good news. This tractor is definitely not actually powerful enough to do this, but we're making it work. It does look like we'll have to refill the seeds probably before this field is done. We're pretty close. But yeah, now that the log's gone, the AI will manage. And then after we go and we get this field done, we'll go and pick up all of the, and this next part probably won't happen this stream. We'll pick up all of the flowers and all of the mushrooms, doing our sale. That'll give us a bunch more money. We can use that money to look into if we want to go and try and do the planter. Let's go ahead and see if say we don't have enough money. Like let's see. So we can plant the oats. We've got those going. I believe almost all the rest of these are not the cedar. So if it ends up going into next month, these are planter. Yeah, because these ones are the cedar, I believe. I can actually check this. No, I can't. Can I? No, not here. You can go to the shop, and I can check at the shop. But we could see. I mean, I could also just cycle through the plants, but I'm not gonna do that while it's driving because I'd have to stop it, and that's the thing we got going on. But like the wheat, the barley, the oats, all of those use the cedar, but stuff like the corn, the sunflowers, those use the planter, and then like your rooted plants like the carrots, the carrots, the parsnip, and all that, they have their own machine for planting those. I think this can also do cotton, but like I said, the cotton harvester is like $500,000. It's really expensive. As is like the grapes and the olives and all that. So we're not going to be doing those. Not anytime soon, at least. Yeah, I am noticing the front wheels lifting just a little bit. Not enough that it wasn't able to control, but very clearly I need a counterweight, and this particular mower doesn't allow for front attachments that I was able to see. But yeah, so we just go ahead and get all this planted down, and then we'll be done with this field for right now. Like, it'd be good if I get the rollers. I don't think I'll be able to get rollers though. I think the roller costs 50,000, which will help fight weeds and deal with some of the little rocks and all that. You do it after you plant, but if I get 25,000 out of the sale of all that mushrooms and all that, that still won't be nearly enough. It'll be like 35,000 or so. But that's okay. 35,000 would be enough to get the planter though. I think the little planter, actually no, I think the little planter's only 15,000. So we could get the little planter and I can put down the sunflowers. So we put down the sunflowers in game today, assuming we have time, and then tomorrow we would put down the corn, I think. And that would work out for me, because that means I have the harvest of the oats then. And then we'd have the corn and the sunflower over here. And that'd be a good start, because sugar beets and sorghum, I think, have more involved process. I could be wrong with that. They give us 3 different crops to grow, all with their own pay rates and different timing and all that. And we can make all that happen. We'll still be making the greenhouse money in between those getting done. And so we can take all of that money, and we could, like, I think the next big purchase is just upgrade the tractor. Like, we're getting by on this one today, but we upgrade the tractor, and this tractor becomes the one that just, it'll deal with, like, hauling the, like, we can use it to grind the stump so we can haul the mushrooms and the flowers back to sale, and that'll become this tractor's job. Whatever our big tractor becomes our new one for plowing and doing all the other jobs. Once we have that, we can probably buy the next tile, which would be $87,000. And then after that, we can get, you know, a bigger plow, a bigger seeder, a bigger planter, you know, get the rollers. Like, start taking it from what we have, like, the minimal viable tools to do half these jobs to something that actually is not frustrating to use. Because this poor thing should be able to go like 8-9 miles per hour, and it's going like 4. Hey, Morty, how's it going? But yeah, so it's making do. We're out, you know, it's almost going to be exactly, I think we're going to be just barely shy of being able to do this entire field on one load of seed. I think I'm going to have to get 1 extra load of seed. You need the Starship tractor. I don't plan on getting the articulating tractor. I find it pretty annoying. Let's see, would you have to... Sorry, somebody saying... would you have a way to make money with grass silage at the moment? If I bought the equipment, yes, but I've already cleaned up most of the field. Like, the growing area I could do grass, I've already taken for fields. So I don't have much grassland. I did deliberately avoid going the route of doing, like, a bunch of grass and silage and all that, because that's kind of what a lot of people, like everyone does. I will eventually do grass and all that for like animal feed. You're allowed to ask questions, Morty. Nothing wrong with that. Now obviously if you ask a question that's kind of like in the dox yourself territory or inappropriate or whatever, that is a thing. But like if it's game related or whatever, that's all fine. Or even content creation related, all of that's fine. It doesn't even have to be the game I'm playing either. If it's a game I play on any frequency, like people ask about Path of Exile or Product Zomboid, that's all full. Like that's all, like no big deal. All right, so the field is halfway done. One might even say halfway there. Whoa, singing out a prayer. Do I ever play mobile games? No, not really. It's not that it's never happened, but generally I'm not someone who plays much in the way of mobile games. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Like, there have been mobile games I have played in the past, but I don't play them with any regularity. And they're none of, like, the big ones. Like, there's the Kittens game, which sounds a thing, by Bloodriser. It markets itself as the Dark Souls of incremental games. It's a very gimmicky game that gets all ridiculous and over the top, kind of like Cookie Clicker does. There used to be a mobile game I used to play way back. Can't remember the name of it. It was for Windows Phone. But you would go between like actual locations, like in the real world, and you could like deploy troops and all that while you're there and whatever. And so there was like 3 warring factions that the idea was to try and do all that. It ended up being very problematic in the way it was set up, though, because there's very clearly one faction that was like the cool, gamer, edgy kind of faction, and then the other 2 were just not really well marketed towards the type of people who'd play the game. So one of the factions was way overpopulated versus the others, which kind of broke the game. Okay, I'm assuming that's a mobile game. Mord, Farming USA. Yeah, no, I probably wouldn't play it. Like, I just genuinely don't play mobile games. It's just not my jam. I listen to audiobooks on my phone, I call people on my phone, I Discord on my phone, I look up information on my phone, but I don't really game much on my phone. I don't end up in many places where I'm, like, out and about, like, man, I just really wish I could, like, pop out a game. Like, if I'm out, I'm, like, grabbing food or grocery shopping or something else where I'm usually kept going. Nothing wrong with mobile gaming, by the way. Like, it is gaming. Like, very genuinely. I know people argue whatever, but mobile games are games. And, you know, all you have to be a gamer is to play games. That's it. That is, by definition, what a gamer is one who plays games. Doesn't matter what games you play, on what platform or how. If you play games, you're a gamer. Your phone is mostly a 2-factor authentication? Yeah, I use that for that as well, a lot. Yeah, it's like communication, information looking up, and audiobooks. How's my battery? My battery was way low earlier. Yeah, it's basically spent. I didn't recharge the thing. You wanted to partner only for farming games? Okay, well, you have fun with that? Nah, it's not that I never play with people online. It's not super often. I have been playing a bit on Ultrasaurus's farming sim server, but it is one of those ones I kind of, if I hop on and there's like literally been no one on for a while, I usually won't stick on. That's not even farming sim. That's just in general, because then it becomes, why am I playing on a multiplayer server if I'm playing by myself? Which, when I see people on, I'll hang out. But that's the same problem I had in Project Zomboid. Is a lot of the servers you'd hop on, they'd be really busy when you first launched the server, and then a week or two later, you'd get on and it'd be quiet. Especially a lot of the circles I was in with Project Zomboid, their schedules were opposite to my own, so there's almost no overlap, which is just geographical location problems. Time zones be that way. Like, for the record, this should be going about 2 to 3 times the speed it's going if I actually had a proper tractor. Farming Simulator, while people say, like, it's a chill game, it's not like the high-octane, fast-speed moving. This is slow for Farming Sim. But that is the nature of the Survivorman challenge. We just make do with what we've got. Once I get that big tractor, though, the first time, I never have to worry about it again. But I think I'm going to aim for something in the area of like 300 horsepower for the next tractor. Something with both a rear and a back hookup and 300 horsepower. Okay, you thought I played mobile games? Okay, I don't, and nor have I implied anywhere on YouTube that I do. So, you know, it's cool that you're looking for it. It's not something I'm offering. Just what it is. Alright, and everything's going fine over there. Cool. Yeah, so I was kind of hoping to get this whole field planted, but I do think it is going to be getting to be about 5 a.m. my time, so I'm going to let the driver here finish this pass. And then what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to cancel the driver, and we're going to save, and we're going to go find someone to raid here on Twitch. So we don't get to quite finish the field. But that is what it is. We'll go ahead and line this up for a screenshot. That way I have like a clip or whatever for the screenshot for the thumbnail and all that for YouTube later. But yeah, so what I'm going to go ahead and do is we're going to get right here to the end. Nope, don't. I forget it picks up the tool and cancels it the moment you get rid of the driver. Alright. So with that, what I'm going to go ahead and do real fast is we are going to save before I forget that. And for those of you over on the YouTube side of things, thank you so much for tuning in. Don't forget to like and subscribe and all that good stuff. I will be back 7 p.m. EST tomorrow. We'll probably do a little bit of RimWorld and maybe for more Farm Simulator. That's what I'm thinking. We might also do While the Iron's Hot. I haven't quite decided that. So goodbye YouTube side. And for everyone here over on Twitch, don't forget to like,